Red team turret has been destroyed. team turret has been destroyed.
event. We are your casters. My name is Annie, and Mike's with me. Mike.
Thank you so much
Oh
for
my
that
god, you're so
energized,
hyper.
energetic introduction, Annie. And of course, we are here with you until the end of the stream. Especially,
You
we
can
will be
start now,
witnessing
baby.
4 matches of best of three, and just buy those games, especially these games. Um, Teams will be battling it out in a best of three, and once they win, they will move up to the upper brackets where they could be having the chance to be the champions. Now, of course, these teams, they're not just teams; they're really good teams. So I'm really as excited as you are to witness the battles. Now, how about you, Annie?
Yeah, I'm really excited. I mean, this is gonna be the first time I'll be casting for MLBB for Ooredoo Nation. I mean, I've casted for them. We've casted for them for PUBG. But right now, this is Mobile Legends Bang Bang. I'm really excited. I mean, the thrill of a 5 versus 5, and then all these strategies. It's very different from an
Ganda.
FPS game. So I'm really excited to see how they will work out because I'm sure I believe that there has been a game a while ago, but right now we're seeing that this is gonna our first game is gonna be against Kumar versus Kalu Ofumi. So what do you think about the band so far, Mike?
I think we're gonna be heading on to this bands. I mean, we have Chip,
Kumar,
usually
radyo ka na.
a very effective support, especially with his portals, where you can just really teleport across the map. That
Ayun.
really just helps you navigate, and especially during team fights, that's really useful. So going in for a ban with a Chip, surprising though. Personally, in my games, usually they're gonna be banning those damage dealers, especially with Zushin, and possibly even sometimes a CC as well. But we do also have a few of those bans. I think we have. Still, we are gonna be finalizing onto the last ban for both of these teams before they can go in for the picking. And Matilda, going from the side of Kalhu or Fumi, they're gonna be banning Matilda. Just again, usually what I'm seeing from these teams is they're banning the key characters, the key heroes right here for their teams. That usually the supports, just to really, I think, maximize their power on the damage dealers and tanks. But yeah, I mean, for both of these teams, they're really prioritizing on those backs.
Yeah, prioritizing on those bands, especially for the supports. I mean, I totally understand Matilda and we're going on to the picking phase. I believe Kumar they didn't use their third ban, but anyways, we're gonna be seeing Arithel. That it would be the first pick on the side of Kumar. I mean, that's like outright the marksman for their side. So let's see how Kalhu Ofumi will be responding to that. I mean, going against Irithel, I think they'll be picking Baodang, I guess. And then I'm wondering what their second pick would be. And yeah, what do you think about
Mhm.
this, Mike?
I mean, definitely a Badang and a Joy to pair that up for Kalu Ofumi. I mean, definitely. Oh my God, the I love a Joy game. I really love a Joy game, and a Badang as well, especially with his wall, and the damage. It for now they're prioritizing more on the damage. Irithel, also a very huge damage dealer, especially with the heavy crossbow, and I think they're trying to anticipate a possible Granger pick, because if Kalu Ofumi will go for a Granger pick, then countering that with an Irithel, especially, you can move while being an effective damage dealer, so you could really just avoid those damage from Granger. But yeah, following that up would be a high loss Gatot Kacha combo. Very interesting, and we have seen a lot of high loss plays and Gatot Kacha, especially with during the fights where Gatot Kacha would initiate those fights. But yeah, I mean, for now they would be locking Kalu Ofumi would be locking as well with an Eve.
Mm-hmm. Well, what's interesting about Kumar is that they're already securing their sustainability with that Gatot Kacha and that Hylos. So that's going to be really interesting. And of course, with Irithel as their main damage dealer, I'm really excited to see how they'll deal with how they'll pick their mid laner perhaps or their mage and as well as their jungler if ever it's not going to be one of these one of these heroes. And going on to the side of Kalu Ofumi, they're definitely building their lineup really well with the Joy, with the Eve, with the Badang, but I'm not quite sure where they'll put their damage just yet, but because it's quite clear that Kumar will be using Airthel, but Kalu Ofumi, really interested to see what they'll do with the rest of their lineup.
Oh, we have here the bands from Kumar. It's gonna be a Harith, and I can't really see the pictures yet, but I think that's a Hanzo if I'm not mistaken. I can't really see it clearly just yet, but we have here Fanny as well to finalize their bands. Kalho Ofumi will be finalizing it as well with. Oh, I can't really see, but I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just my eyes just fighting me at this point. But yeah, I mean, for now, since we have finally locked onto these bands, we'll be finalizing their picks as well. We have here Kumar already with a little bit of the damage and durability, and crowd control. It's already there. A little bit of maybe uh, a magic damage could help them, and a little bit more of the crowd control, or an assassin could do. But yeah, for Kalho Ofumi would be looking for possible tanks and supports to help them complete the roster for now.
That's exactly what they can do for now. And it's I'm not sure what happened with the bands right there, but I think Fanny went onto the side of Kalu Ofumi. And for the side of Kumar, I believe that is a carry instead, as well as a CC. And so that's off the table for them. Kumar's definitely denying
Oh
that
yeah.
marksman off of Kalu Ofumi. And of course, Kumar, they're going to be picking their last two picks. Interesting lineup so far. And for the side of Kalu Ofumi, they're definitely getting the show off of the table for themselves. Really interested to see what their last pick will be.
And interesting, they're gonna be going for a Lucas fighter. Also seals the deal. I mean, Kumar really is going in for a durability and relying most of that heavy damage onto that Aerothel. I mean, heavy crossbow and Aerothel is already very painful enough, and you pairing that up with Lucas as well, especially with his durability, very very interesting combo to duel. I mean to complete with the roster. We also have here for Kalho Ofumi. We have here a Brody, a Chu, a Eve, Joy, and a Padang. I mean, it really just completes everyone at this point. Though the Kalho Ufumi is lacking a bit of that tankiness, the durability compared to Kumar with the Gatukacha. And I mean, for me personally,
Yeah, I totally agree with you right there. I mean, I said that a while ago with just the Gatot Kacha and the Hylos pick. Kumar definitely kind of prioritized sustainability, and with that the fighters, depending on the builds, that will probably go the same for the rest of their picks. And ladies and gentlemen, we're coming in to our second, I believe this is the second of the series, the second game of the series between Kumar and Kalu Ofumi. Kumar won the first game of the series, and right now the question is now, will Kalu Ofumi push this best of three into a third game later on, or will Kumar get this match point in the bag and finally claim victory?
definitely for now. I mean, watching these games right here, there, Kalo Ofumi could be going into a possible invade right here, and they're just chipping those damage, just making sure that they also know the location of each other. So that's just gonna be it, and the Chu is just trying to get a lot of information as well, especially with the core of Kumar. They're trying to pinpoint the exact location so they could probably be able to execute an assassination plan. But looking at the bot side as well, it is looking good for the side of Kalho Ofumi. So far, the momentum is really going in. But the first blood going into Brody. Yi following up this as well, taking Hylos down. Now that sets up the motion for this game as Zion has been eliminated, one of the key players for their team as Kumar. But for now, Kalho Ofumi also applying pressure to the bot side. Yasin with a little bit of hope trying to fight that against each other. But for now, back to the top. Kalu Ofumi, Rafil applying another pressure.
Me and just taking a look at that last engagement, so unfortunate. Oh my gosh, not again at the side of Kumar. It's 0-3 on the scoreboard. It looks like on the bottom part of the lane is a 3 versus 3, but it looks like Kumar will be backing off for now. And all the while, the people on the top lane, they're actually already half in health, and everyone's just kind of like taking care of their towers for now. But I really want to talk about that first engagement. I mean, losing Zion so early on, their jungler of all things, it's just gonna push them back a lot, especially in terms of jungle. But for now, it looks like everyone's kind of hovering around the turtle. This is gonna be the first turtle of the day.
Okay.
Show uses
The
their
ultimate.
coming in. Mango
The
TZ
knockout.
loses their lives, but they're chasing another member from Kumar, but backing off. This is a 4 versus 3, but Kaluofumi, they're gonna choose to prioritize the turtle instead of trying to be greedy for kills.
Definitely the first objective turtle already showing up. They could be zoning this one away from Kumar as well. They're just trying to get the objectives right here to widen the gap, and just playing this one surely for both for the side of Kalo Ofumi. And we've been seeing the trend that the Kalo Ofumi could be facing a possible win for this game for now. And yeah, I mean, definitely looking at the map as well, the map control is really going to the side of Kalo Ofumi. Kumar, on the other hand, just trying to get objectives that they can, and while being careful of whatever Kalo Fumi would draw against them.
And everyone's just kind of poking around, not really committing into some really big fights. But potentially around the top part of the map, this could turn out to be a 4 versus 4, but it looks like Kumar will be going on to the mid lane now with a very low on health, and Zion commits to that,
Lucas,
but
let's go.
unfortunately, they're gonna be
Zion.
sacrificing Lucas. Zion will be going down, and it's not over just yet. Kumar is once again getting surrounded 4
No.
versus 3. Where is their damage? Unfortunately, Yasin will be losing their lives as well, getting sent back to spawn. And Kaluofumi, I don't think they'll be extending that too much. They definitely have the advantage. Oh my gosh, not over just yet. Travelgar's losing a lot of life, but on the other hand, Pengo TZ as well. Wow! That shot from the Brody, that's absolutely crazy.
Wow, there we have it. Kalo Ofumi again. They're taking that objectives here one by one, and just not doing it. I mean, they're not gonna be overextending. That's just gonna be it.
Yeah, definitely not overextending, but
I mean, they have already spotted the Yasin a while ago. They were able to hear the tail.
top tower of Kumar Falls. It's a 2-8 now on the scoreboard, and we're still 5 minutes into this game. Not looking good for Kumar. I mean, they already have 1 point, and now it's Kaluo Fumi's time to shine, and that turtle's gonna go on to the side of that Kaluo Fumi. And with that, one objective on their side. Gold lead coming in to the side of Kaluo Fumi. Mid lane, a little bit messy. Pengo TZ gets away with their lives, but right now, 3 versus 4 in the mid lane. Trafalgar losing a lot of their lives. Raphael as well, half health, but Kumar backs away. They know they can't sustain this fight just yet. They're gonna be playing it safe for now. Yeah. And basically everyone's just going back to what they were doing. Going back to the jungle. And there were some pretty good plays in the past engagements, especially there in the mid lane. You can tell that there's a lot of discipline going on to the side of Kaluo Fumi, despite the fact that they have the gold advantage, despite the fact that they're pretty much 6 kills in the lead. And they could snowball this game, but it's all about the objectives. It's all about the objectives. Speaking of which, diving into the mid tower, they got 1 kill once again. Pengo TZ, they're gonna be losing their lives, but they got to run away with their ultimate. Zion, however, tries to get that buff, but unfortunately, Kaluofumi denies that. But Kaluofumi, what have you done? You're a little bit more greedy right now. But still, they get away with 2 kills after that. That's a wipeout on the side of Kaluofumi
There we have it.
against Kumar.
Another knock up. There we have it, a double kill and an Eve to be followed up as well. making this into a wipeout, taking control of the first turret in the middle part of the map, and now they could be pushing towards the second turret. But that's just gonna be it. Couple of wave controls from both of the teams. But yeah, the wave pressure, it's really up with the side of Kalu Ofumi. Mega kill to the side of Brody.
Yeah, coming on the side of Brody, but it looks like Kalu Fumi, they're a bit more confident enough to invade the jungle on the side of Kumar, but of course they're gonna be backing up. They know that their eyes should be on the objectives, but Raphael is in a bit of trouble, and although that was a 4 versus 1, Raphael gets away with their lives. Because Kumar knows that they have to prioritize pushing the lanes. But on the other hand, Kalu Fumi uses that show to take down Zion once again. 1-for-1 on the KDA for the jungler of Kumar. That's not a good look. And now, look at the jungle on the side of Kumar, denying those buffs against them. But all the while, Kumar, of course, they're defending as much as they can, although I'm not sure what's gonna happen to Genra, their marksman. I mean, they should invest on their Irithel if they want a chance in the late game. But right now, Lord Dance on the side of Kalu Ofumi. It looks like Kumar won't be trying to contest that. Yaniyu definitely easily gets that. Cho with their ultimate. With that, Pengo TZ goes down. Traveler gets that kill. Yasin, very low on health, gets targeted on, but gets away with their lives. 5 versus 4 potentially. And with that, Kalu Ofumi denies the red buff once again from the jungler of Kumar. Yeah, well, yeah, while Mike is kind of like dealing with with Wilder Mike, I'm just gonna like go ahead and talk about how the scoreboard is already 3-16. Not a good look for Kumar, but so we all know that they did quite well in the previous game. So maybe in the next game they'll try to prove themselves, right? 5 versus 5 in the mid lane in the inner turrets, but Kalu Ofumi knows better than to overextend. But in the end, marksman to marksman, Earthen will be falling down. Unfortunately, that's 0-3-1 so far on the KDA. Travagar jumps in, dives into that turret, but in the end, two fall down, four actually fall down on the side of Kumar. Is this gonna be a wipeout? With that, yes, that's absolutely right. Their eyes are on the crystal, and with that, that is 1 point going on to the side of Kalu Ofumi. That's a victory, ladies and gentlemen. That.
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, there's just a lot of technical difficulties on my side. I'm really sorry, but I've been watching the games as well. They're really interesting to see for Kalo Ofumi. The way they kind of played it, it was just very swift, and it was all about the synchronization for their team, because when they kind of see that pattern already, where they could go in for the push, they did, and they kind of timed that up with the wave coming in from the top and the bottom as well. That's why when after the clash, when they won those clash in the middle, if in the mid lane, in the top part and the bottom lane as well, the waves are also crashing in. So the Kumar's team as well, they were having a difficult time into dealing with that. So I mean, just by that, their towers just slowly crumble down to dust until the end. Kalo Ofumi went for the win. But of course, we will be heading on to game number 2 later on, and yeah, we will be going on for a short break. What is up, guys? We are now back into Order Nation's Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And yeah, I mean, we have definitely seen a lot of these games. And, you know, again, we're just as thrilled as you. We are your shoutcasters once again. I am Moik, and with me is Annie. Now, here we are at the playoff brackets. Kumar and Kalu Ofumi, we have just witnessed these games. And 1-1, that's going to be their score. We're going to be heading on to their tiebreaker match for an buck. But here we have as well LNN Sleeping Forest and SLFO Pilots up next after this tiebreaker game from these teams.
Yeah, this is basically Kumar versus KOF. 1-1, and they pushed this best of three into the third game, which makes it all the more exciting. I mean, we're gonna be seeing all new kinds of lineups coming in from both of these teams. So once again, best of three, 1-1 so far. Kumar, Kalu Ofumi, both of them showed us what they're made of so far in these past two games. Now I'm really excited to see how this tiebreaker game is gonna end up because, I mean, a while ago, Kumar, they kind of prioritized on sustainability and honestly not much on damage. Maybe that's what made them fall off. But on the other hand, Kalo Ofumi, I'm really interested to see what they'll pull off this game.
They're gonna be banning a Harriet from the side of Kumar, and I can't really see clearly from the side of
What,
Kalu Ofumi.
Kalia?
I think it's Kalia right there. And now Kumar getting that second ban that's gonna be from Chu. And again, while they're gonna be locking onto these bans, I do have to say that during the previous game, Kumar's composition, Kumar's team comp right there was a little bit of the damage, more on the crowd control, durability, and yeah, that was their that was their build compared to Kalo Ofumi, where they went into full damage, which complementing with their gameplay as like at the beginning of the game they usually just go in for the strike, and they're not allowing a Kumar to snowball just to try to take this one away from them, because Kumar is really strong late game if they're gonna maintain the team comp. Compare that with Kalo Ofumi with a lot of the damage, especially when they're strong during that early game. They're just really capitalized on that one, and they were able to take those kills.
And hopefully Kumar actually learned their lesson from that. I mean, they lacked a lot in damage, and it looks like a while ago I saw in the bans they banned the Cho. That's pretty much respect on the side of KOF. But over here, they also take Badang for their own side as well. So I'm really interested to see what Kumar is thinking of at this rate. But on the other hand, Kalo Ofumi answers back with their own picks as well.
Kalo Ofumi with a Soyu pick, and for these teams, Kumar picking that Badang still gets that durability later on, which maybe they could capitalize on that one as well. But again, Kumar banning the chip as well. Again, a very useful support, and of course Matilda banning from the side of KOF. Now KOF have their hands on Agatot Kacha, which probably they're gonna be telling Kumar that, "Ayo, this is how you're gonna use Agatot Kacha in a game," and I'll be taking notes as well, because personally my friends wants me to use Gatot Kacha to help them in their games.
I mean, Gatot Gacha is pretty useful with that ultimate kind of just surprising everyone. And if you notice that mark way too late, you'll be stunned for a couple of seconds. But of course, Kumar will be answering back with their own picks as well. But so far, not much to say with their picks. Of course, the bans as well. They like to ban a lot of the supports. I mean, we're looking at Cho, usually an XP laner or a tank, and then we have the Matilda as a support, Florin as well. And I guess Harith is a damage dealer, but on the other hand, a lot of their eyes are on the supports, especially when it comes to banning. But over here, we're seeing the first phase of our picks have already been sealed in, and it looks like Kalo Ofumi will once again be taking the Brody on their side.
Okay, so Brody with their damage, Suyo providing that damage as well, a little bit of durability. Gatot Kacha with the durability and the crowd control. They pretty much have that. They just need maybe a magic, a mage later on, or maybe another assassin. they're gonna be banning the Hylos because of course Kumar have currently has that damage team comp, so they're gonna be limiting their choices for their tanks and supports later on. But yeah, looking at the side of Kumar as well, you have a Kadita, a Hanzo, and a Badang, which the damage is there, a little bit of the durability is present. For Kadita, the magic is also immense. And yeah, I mean Hanzo really very strong. I mean, for both of these teams, you just don't want to let Hanzo and Suyu to snowball, because once you allow that, it's just gonna be hard to come back in the later stages of the game.
Well, it's all about the execution, really. I mean, there could be a really good heroes, but it really all depends on how the player will handle that kit. They'll handle the game, will play that game alongside with the chemistry of the rest of the team. And so far, Kalo Ofumi is building up their lineup pretty well. We have the Gacha for that sustainability and that tankiness, and of course, Brody and the Suyo were that damage, as you mentioned earlier. So what they can do now is prioritize, yes, on that magical damage, and I'm sure Kumar is gonna try to deny that from them. But all the while, Kumar over here with the Badang, I believe that they will be putting that in the EXP lane. Perhaps that Hanzo will be, of course, as an assassin, and Kadita as well with the mid laner. Going against, I believe that would be the Loyi will be going against the Kadita in the mid lane. And with that, Kumar, it looks like they will be choosing that Carmilla as well.
Definitely. And finalizing that pick. Ooh, the Minsatar. There we have it. I mean, the crowd control is there with Padang and the Minsatar. We also have the Carmilla with the damage. Kadita. Usually, they kind of lack here the constant damage. They do have a need for a marksman, which
Yeah.
just gives them that damage, really. But I think they're going in for a burst type of team comp right here. They also lack that durability. So Kumar, very risky move for this type of drafting. And right here for Kalo Ofumi, it's a little bit balanced. We have the Brody for the damage. We have the Suyo once again, to be followed by the Louis, the Gatot Kacha, and the Jawhead for the durability, the crowd control. They're kind of gonna be setting this up for those one-on-one kills, which could help them win their fights later on. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty much good here for the side of Kalofumi. I'm just worried about Kumar. It's a very risky move to not have a little bit of more durability and that constant damage as well, because they're gonna be opting for this burst attack.
Yeah, I actually have the same thoughts as you. No wonder that lineup kind of like gave me the heebie-jeebies, you know? I mean, like, I looked at it and I was like, there's something missing. And I realized they did not have a marksman. I mean, what do they plan on doing? I guess, like, they could try to go for that snowball, but once again, that's a really, really risky. I don't see a lot of damage going on to their side. I mean, relying too much on Kadita for that damage, I don't think it's very sustainable, but it's definitely maybe something that they can try, but it's hard to pull off. 2 versus 1 in the bot lane. General uses their flash, their flicker rather, that early on, but of course no one loses their lives, so that's what's important. As long as they don't go behind on their farm, on their jungle, it's gonna be fine. And it's just a poking here and there, farming. Trafalgar trying to tease their way into Pengu TZ, but everything is good for now.
Definitely, they're just respecting each other's territories right here. But it looks like Yanni, you will not be respecting their territory, as it already takes down one objective from their side. Looking at the top side, however, Nagato and of course, I think that's Yasin and Nagato. They're just respecting each other as well, and just playing this one with their waves and trying to control the wave situation. And looking at the middle part of the map as well, we do see the side of Kalo Ufumi applying a little bit of that pressure, while the Kadita from the side of Kumar is just balancing it out. But the turtle will be spawning in less than 15 seconds.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what's gonna happen, especially now that we can see Kalo Fumi is about to kind of rotate into the area where the turtle is. Now that the turtle is spawned, Kalo Fumi has already positioned themselves 4 people on the top side of the jungle. This is a 2 versus 2 on the top lane. But unfortunately, both teams will be backing down, and it looks like Yanni is getting a start on the turtle. Trafalgar is just scouting for it, and someone from
So
Kumar tries to steal it, but unfortunately, it'll be going on to the side of Kalofumi. And it's not over just yet. Yasin becomes the first blood going on to the side of Kalofumi, but it's not over just yet. Carmilla is trying to is trying to their best to stay alive, but in the end, it'll be Trafalgar who'll be paying for that punishment. Nagotisi, however, they're not letting him go that easily, and with that, they lose their lives as well.
Ufumi claiming those kills one by one with a turtle in hand as well. I mean, uh, props to Zion for trying to take the turtle, trying to steal it. But right here, I think he's trying to make a move himself, but it will not connect just yet. The kill will not be secured. And yeah, for now, Ufumi does look like they're gonna be taking this momentum into their hands.
Yeah, once again, we might be seeing. I guess it's a little bit too early to say that we're seeing a repeat of the previous game. But Trafalgar is getting bullied by 4 players from Kumar, but he manages to get away just in time with half their health. And with that, everyone goes back to their natural habitat. Kumar goes back to farming. There's potentially 3, maybe potentially 4 players from KOF lingering around the mid lane, but it doesn't seem like it's gonna be an engagement just yet. But KOF, I don't know what they're cooking, but they're trying to invade the jungle and potentially the lanes of Kumar. But over here in the mid lane, 4 versus 4, potentially a 5 versus 5 actually towards the jungle, towards the river. Hanzo gets away in time. And it looks like Jawhead will be throwing Yasin into the fire. And with that, Yasin loses their lives. But in the end, Travelgar gets traded off as well. Movie TZ, very low in health, gets killed off as well. Brody, shots coming in. And with that, killing spree coming into the side of Halu Ofumi. 3 versus 4 on the scoreboard so far.
There we have it, trying to fight back as well with Zion trying to get those damages in, but the kill will not be secured. However, the second turtle will be secured once again to the side of Kalu Ofumi, and now the gap is widening here for the side of Kumar, for the side of Kalu Ofumi. I mean, it may not be much with a 4-3, but you know, objectives wise, the pressure, the map control as well, it really is just going to the side of Kalu Ofumi. But here we have it, the 3v1 assassination. Trafalgar will claim a kill on that one. That now Kumar also trying to get those kills, trying to rescue their teammates and avenge them. But Trafalgar is just zoning them out of their own turret, and they could probably be looking for more, especially that the wave control, the wave from the mid lane is already being pushed towards the side of Kumar, and another turret would be claimed for their side. And now we couldn't possibly be looking for the top turret, but here we have it, a 3v1 trying to fight this one back with the general. We're trying to again fight it back, but of course they will not be overextending, just taking the blue buff. But here we have it, Padang tries to secure that with a wall. Trafalgar gets killed on Yasin, getting more. Rafael will get another one. Zion low on health will have to move back. Yanni Yu low on health as well, but they could be looking at a possible expansion towards their part of the map.
Isn't it ironic that Kalu Ofumi's basically has so much sustainability despite Kumar having the sustain heroes. But over here it's not over just that, especially in the bottom lane. Jawhead throws Yasin once again, always the victim. But anyways, 4 versus 5 towards the bottom lane. That looks like Kalu Ofumi will be prioritizing those objectives first. They've surrounded the red buff towards the jungle of Kumar, definitely bullying them, and I really admire the way Kalu Ofumi just walks around the map like it's their own home, like it's the back of their palms, and this is absolutely crazy. I mean, they're just putting so much pressure on Kumar, pushing their turrets so far, and we're still on the turtle phase, so that's absolutely crazy for the side of Kalu Ofumi.
Now, yeah, the third turtle will be unlocked, and I think they're zoning this one out. They will not be going for an insta turtle right here. I think they're trying to lure some members out from the side of Kumar and applying those pressure as well. And the top turret, Yasin, just clearing the way from the top side. while the rest of KOF are expanding right here in the blue buff, especially they're trying to take this one away from them. For now, the rest of Kumar are just trying to fight this one back, but Yasin, being caught off guard, will be eliminated. Movie TZ will claim the kill, and now they're trying to move away from the turret before they can be eliminated once more, but Rafil will suffer the blow and will have to be waiting for the response time.
One-to-one trade. Moby TZ comes out of nowhere, and that's General losing their lives once again. I mean, Kumar, they're just practically getting bullied. They're pushed back into their own base. And Kalu Fumi has some beautiful map control so far. Look at that. They're going at it with the top middle lane of Kumar. And what Yasin was thinking jumping into that, but yeah, 4 versus 1, stood no chance. With that, 4-11 on the scoreboard. Definitely a huge goal deficit on the side of Kumar, and we might be seeing another snowball on the side of KOF.
KOF right here already starting the Lord and would just so be zoning out the members of Kumar right here as to not as to minimize the chances of it being stolen, because currently the momentum is really strong on the side of KOF and they have no plans into giving this back into Kumar. They're not gonna give them even the slightest chance. But yeah, they will be pushing towards the middle part of the map. Yasin trying to get that, trying to show some resistance, but they can't just do anything. KOF. It was a really risky move, but here Yasin being thrown into the pits of the death, and now Zayan also trying to fight back, but the damage isn't just enough. And this is what I've been pointing out a while ago. The damage is more focused on Kumar, that they forgot their durability. For KOF, they're kind of balanced for both sides. But yeah, I mean, for now, Kumar is just suffering that consequence and would probably be heading home.
I mean, I was just looking at Trafalgar going at it with the recalls, but of course, Kalu Fumi, like kicking their feet back. They have this in the bag. They have a lot of turrets on their side. 6, in fact. They're slaying players from Kumar one after the other, getting objectives one after the other. They even have the Lord on their side, but of course Kumar won't be going down without a fight. Pengotizi gets 1. Yasin very low on health. Pengotizi as well. But with that, it looks like their eyes are on the base of Kumar, but Kumar manages to defend so well that 4 players on the side of Kalu Fumi fall. With that, Moby TZ has no choice but to fall back.
Yeah, definitely. And for now, KOF would be eliminated. Of course, still they have the chance to take this one away from them. The gap is really wide compared to Kumar. I mean, 12-8, not much, but KOF is not really prioritizing on these skills. They have secured the Lord. I mean, they would be looking for the second one later on, and they're really just strong at this point compared to Kumar. Kumar will have to do a little bit of that miracle in order for them to do a comeback. But again, the durability from the side of KOF is also just strong as well, that they can take them down. The purple buff will be taken anytime soon as well. He was caught off guard, Nagato, but again, his tankiness was also just enough for him to keep himself alive. Zayan spots them before moving back, and all Kumar could do here is to just take the gold from these minions and maybe hope that they can, that after a lot of waves coming in, they can probably buy those items that could snowball them back into the game, while KOF would be trying to look for some Lord eliminations once again and would be trying to end the game as fast as they can.
Yeah, that's the best thing that Kumar can do for now. Always defend, get those minions, get those last hits, but fortunately, they'll have to kind of like climb that goal deficit really well. But for now, it looks like Kalu Fumi, they're kind of kicking the feet up. Trafalgar's in a really playful mood, throwing their own players up into the air. And of course, the Lord has been taken once again with the side of Kalu Fumi. No contestation, no questions asked. And with that, Kumar will have to stay alive. They have to stay in the base in order to defend against the Lord. But all the while, Kalu Fumi, I'm sure they want
Zayan
to go and get that crystal on their hands. But right now, they're just waiting for the Lord. Of course, the minion waves are on the side of Kalaofumi, and it's just a matter of waiting what's gonna happen later on once the Lord comes into the base.
Now the chances are really grim right here because they can't really chip a lot of that damage in, especially that the Lord is already come crashing in towards the Nexus. But right here, look at the damage! Get General leaving with a very low HP, Trafalgar also with a very low HP, but Rafil will claim one down, Pengu TZ will go down, but that's just gotta be it. A game, a fast end for the side of KOF against Kumar, and KOF will be moving onto the semifinals.
Well, once again, KOF, congratulations once again for a job well done. I mean, 1-2, we did reach the third game of this best of three with a reverse sweep on the side of Kalu Ofumi. Look at that stats, look at those KDAs. I'm sure the fans of Kalu Ofumi would be so proud to see their team moving up to the next bracket. And of course, Kumar, they did quite a good job. I didn't see the first game, but since they won, I'm sure that it was a riveting game to watch as well. And so with that, that was our first series for today. I believe we'll be seeing a few more series later on, but it's been really exciting, Mike.
Mhm. And definitely, I do love Kumar being ex- being experimental because the picks for Kumar, they were really risky and again experimental. They do lack some durability, the tankiness, the magic damage as well. And for now, we would be heading on to the next fights. That was a great match again, but yeah, for now we'll be having a short break.
Yeah, short break after
Oh,
this
actually,
playoff
not.
bracket. Yeah.
Sorry, but here we have it. LNN Sleeping Forest versus the SLFO Pilots to follow that up.
Yeah, and Kalo Fumi once again will be moving on to the next bracket, and whoever will win in this next series will be going against KOF in the next game. And so with that, I'm pretty sure I will actually be going on to a break after this. So for those of you tuning in, thank you so much. But stay tuned. We'll be back in a few minutes. that, it looks like we're going to be moving on to the next phase of the banning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, there we have it. Finalizing that ban would be Mathilda, and I think that's a Soyu ban as well from the side of the Sleeping Forest. And yeah, we'll be heading on to the last two picks for both of these teams with Sleeping Forest and the Pilots. And yeah, at this point, we would be heading on to a tank picks. Oh, actually, it's a Novaria. That's a Novaria. Okay, the magic damage would also be complemented with the assassin damage from Hanzo and the Granger continuous damage as well. With LNN pilots, the durability is already there with the Kacha and the Farsa and the Irothel, the damage and the durability. The crowd control is also there. So we're just gonna be looking at more picks. But for now, Sleeping Forest would be finalizing their pick onto a Lucas fourth, and yeah, I think that's just it for now.
Oh, I believe they were just rearranging the heroes, I guess, to match which player will be handling that hero. But of course, yes, the Novario pick for the SLF, or I believe Novario will be going against the Farsa. And maybe all that's left for LNN SLF, or maybe someone a little bit tanky, someone with a lot of sustain. And speaking of sustain, we're seeing a Gotcha and Hylos combo. And of course, at Harley, perhaps on that jungle, just gonna contribute some more magical damage on their side. There's actually 4 whole heroes with magical damage on the side of pilots. So if SLFO has anything to do with it, with the way they build their items, I'm sure they'll be going on for that magical defense. And of course, they'll be wrapping up their lineup with a Masha.
Okay. No, that's actually a Hilda right there.
A Hilda,
Locking
sorry.
up for the side of the Sleeping Forest. And okay, so Ellen and it's a very interesting one. They went in for 2 tanks right here with the crowd control and the durability. They have that locked already. They have 2 magic damage as well with a Farsa and a Hardy. And they have the Irithel with the damage, the physical damage. However, compare that with a Sleeping Forest with Hanzo, their assassin. They could hunt them down one by one. But I think I'm just gonna be seeing that later on. But here we are at the Land of Dawn.
Yeah. And it looks like 30 seconds in, we're gonna be seeing just exactly how these 2 L and N banner holders are gonna go against each other. I mean, I'm pretty sure they know each other's strategies already, because they're trying to get that invaded the bag. But of course, SLFO will.
Ooh, there we
They're
have it.
both SLFO, but Custard will be losing their lives with that, getting punished for invading the jungle, and with that. That is a 1-0 on the scoreboard already, so early on into the game.
Yeah, but here we have it. Diablo already going in for a stun. Matt's getting hit by that, but it will not connect just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Alright. And so with that, we're back to the farming phase. Everyone's kind of just going back to basically where they're supposed to go, and someone with no name almost lost their lives in the bottom lane, but all is well that is well. Mark, it looks like something's happening on the top lane.
There we have it. I think so, but for now, they would just be securing and scaring them away. Custard going in for a couple of engagements. Diablo also trying to fight back. The resistance is shown from here, but they didn't know the damage also trying to get Custard down, and it will be slain now that Custard is eliminated. Their tank. This could set up the motion right here for the pilots. But something's happening. Sharma getting hit with a little bit of those spoke from Lucas before moving back into their farming phase.
2-0 on the scoreboard. Pilots having the heavier part of that scale. And of course, Sleeping Forest are putting a lot of pressure, especially on the turrets. But it looks like there is a turtle dance so early on.
Oh yeah, there we have it. Custard catching him down, and now Vodka will be caught off guard. Matt's feet will be getting Diablo as well, but low on health. They're gonna be chasing him down. Will be able to make it out alive. One more hit and Shama goes down. Turtle will go to the side of the Sleeping Forest.
Speaking of equalizing 3-3 on the scoreboard, Pilots, Sleeping Forest. It's no wonder that they actually SLFO Pilots and LNN Sleeping Forest, they all come down on the same banner, and I'm sure these five players, these 10 players rather, they've played against each other numerous times, and so to see each other in a battlefield like this, I mean, it's probably just gonna be a normal day for them, a normal training day, and so this is gonna be really interesting. And so with that, mid lane, I think something's gonna happen.
Oop. Cast to Custard going in for a couple of engagement, just poking the damage. Also, Mads just connecting that one by one, but of course, it will not connect just yet. But they're gonna be going for an assassination right here. They weren't aware. Kensei going in with a Hanzo, just changing his format there, and they will not be overextending. They're just gonna be scaring them away, just zoning them out. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, and overextending, I hope that's not gonna happen. Custard is stuck there, Mike.
Oh no! Third getting caught off guard in the battlefield. Just a few more hits. He goes into the heal, but now chasing them down. That's gonna be Diablo. Still trying to chip away the damage. It will not be enough for now.
Yeah, it's definitely not enough. And Sleeping Forest, they get away with their lives. But in the mid lane, I mean, there's an invade coming in, and it looks like Harley will be losing the lives.
Diablo still with half HP remaining. Kensei chasing him down. Vodka would still pretty much survive this one just yet. Shama trying to protect their purple buff. It will be taken away from them, and that's gonna be it. Another point for Sleeping Forest.
3-4 on the scoreboard. Sleeping Forest has just one ahead, and now everyone's just going back to their farms, going back to their lanes, and of course they'll have to prioritize in getting those objectives. Right now it's 6 seconds in before the turtle will be spawning. The two teams, they're trying to position themselves, but Custard has a really good idea
him down.
there. And looking at the turtle,
I didn't know. Harley was also working his way in the back lanes, taking him down. Novaria being eliminated. Kensei would avenge his teammates right here, but Diablo with low on health. Ranger just chipping down his health. And now Shama and the rest of them. Reaper, look at Reaper chasing. One get down. That's an elimination. Once again, Diablo very low on health. Just a few more hits, and Raffle will go for a double kill. Can they go for a triple? They're gonna be going into chasing him down. Custard heading onto that fight, trying to initiate, but they will not be prioritizing on that, as now the second turtle would be in their hands.
Drama 4 versus 1. Oh my gosh, will we get away? That's a question. They will not get away. And Sleeping Forest bags another kill. 4-8 on the scoreboard, and I don't think they're satisfied just yet. They keep on pretty much invading the jungle. But over here in the top lane, not much happening. almost, but in the mid lane, we're seeing a potential 2 versus 2. So far, Sleeping Forest, they love initiating these fights, and initiating these fights 3 versus 1 on the mid.
Oh, there we have it. Diablo being caught, but low HP. Ranger chipping him down. Midnight taking the kill. Custard also under their hand, taking Vodka down. They're gonna be chasing this Harley down, trying to steal that purple buff as well. Kensei claiming the kill. And now that they have pushed towards the middle part of the map, they could be extending this towards and taking the second turn.
Shama walks into the 3 versus 1, but oh my gosh, look at that sustain, Mike.
Yeah, definitely. That sustain catches him and still manages to keep himself alive. Diablo would be on the move as well, trying to rescue him, but Midnight would be taking him, and Diablo was just too late. And Vodka with no place to inflict that damage.
And it's too late to apologize, and Sleeping Forest keeps on putting that pressure against SLFO Pilots. 4 so far on the bottom jungle of Pilots. Always giving that invade, always putting pressure towards the side of SLO Pilots. And all the while, for the side of Pilots, all they can really do is kind of push the lanes back, try to defend themselves. While Sleeping Forest, they can kind of kick their feet back. And looking at this, potentially a clash in the mid lane. Diablo's losing a lot of health.
And Shama being the damage, just trying to sustain, but looking at it, now they're just chasing him down. But no, the turret will help him up as well, as the Rapper will go down. Diablo on the hand from the mid side will be taken out. Mads just low on health with nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Harley will take him down. Custard, on the other hand, was just waiting just behind the lines, just into the bushes. Midnight will finally claim that kill. They still want to chase him down, but that would just be it. I have Vodka on the other hand, hiding inside the bush, but they are just really ready to take him down and running out of bounds just to avoid those shots.
Butterfly was flying away, but Sleeping Forest, I mean, they're so greedy for these skills, but at the same time, they're not sacrificing the objectives, and I really commend them for that. But as LFO pilots, they're positioning themselves. No one is gonna rest tonight.
Oh, there we have it. Another one of those down. Custard being eliminated for now, waiting for that respawn time. But yeah, here we have it. Rapper being chased down as well. Midnight also fighting his own fights right here. And they're gonna be chasing him down. Again, they will be prioritizing the objectives for this one.
Yeah, prioritizing objectives. But Sleeping Forest, they're a little bit low in health. They might need that reset. But of course, Sleeping Forest, they have a about a 6k gold lead. So I'm pretty sure they're quite they're quite confident in their skills. And so with that, going into the river, everyone's hovering towards Lord, but I'm sure Sleeping Forest will be trying for that. And whether or not SLFO pilots will try to contest this is something that we'll be finding out really soon. Custard trying to kind of just go against. It looks like you're.
Too late. Midnight will chase him down, taking the kill. Now going in for the double. Diablo finally saying goodbye. A couple more of that. Midnight will miss the shots and will probably be chasing him down. Vodka is just the damage from Vodka. They will not just allow her to do a lot of that damage.
And with that, I don't know where the Harley's going, but that's not. Okay, like that serious question. Where are you going? But okay, with that, everyone's just gonna go back. I don't know. I keep thinking about the Harley. What are they thinking? I guess they know that it's a little bit hopeless, but of course we're looking at the mid lane. All eyes. What's gonna happen? It looks like someone's very low on health, and Airfield will be going down.
Midnight taking another one down. Shama would also be chasing, trying to fight them against as well. But Vodka being eliminated by Midnight's bullets once again. Still trying their best to fight. Kensei would be taking Shama down, and that's just gonna be it. Unlocking, of course, the blast from the mid lane. And here we have our Lord prepared to crash this wave into the top part as well.
And this is a bad time to try to defend the Lord because SLFO pilots lost 3 of their players, and so it's not a good look, especially if they have to defend their turrets. I mean, all 3 lanes getting pressured, and all the while SLFO pilots doing their best to try to defend all that. Force's ult coming in, trying to save that base, but Sleeping Forest is pushing all those minions, pushing all that pressure against SLFO pilots, and it's great map control. The top lane, I think they're losing a bit of control, but on the other hand, so far so good for the side of Sleeping Forest. What they can do right now is maybe wait for the next Lord, just keep pushing the minions back, and perhaps maybe for the side of SLFO pilots, one big good clash, and maybe with that kill of Shama, what will happen? Diving in. Will pilots survive?
Custard just also waiting for zoning them out as well. I am Vodka receiving those bullets from Midnight. Now Midnight really is, the damage from Midnight is really immense as he takes down Diablo with ease. Custard will go down by the hands of Vodka, but now Kensei moves back as well with low HP remaining. Reaper on the hand with Midnight and Matt just maybe trying to get those skills down. They will really go in. They lured the Harley in, but securing the kill, that would just be it. Reaper will go down. Kensei being chased down by Midnight. Midnight as well moving back with the rest of the teams right here, and that would just be it.
I mean, I can't believe it. Sleeping Forest, they almost got to the base, but they weren't being greedy. They weren't, like trying to force anything. They fell back, and they're gonna wait for another opportunity to kind of get the base. But all the while, SLFO pilots, they have time to breathe. They have time to reset, and I think Mad is gonna have a hard time.
Yeah, there we have it. Mad trying to fight back. Vodka still They will not allow Vodka to inflict some damage. Harley will take a kill on the Granger, and Midnight being one of their key players right here. This could set them up, but for now, Custard low in health will have to be taken down. Shama will claim the kill. Kensei on the other hand, just running away, trying to avoid them.
Yeah, and actually, we just saw the Holy Crystal coming in for the side of the Harley Lord Dance, but I don't think it's gonna be favoring the side of
Lucas,
Pilots. Oh my
Reaper.
gosh, Reaper
Oh,
gets reaped. And with
that
that,
was really greedy.
yeah, I mean, everyone's backing off from the Lord, and nobody's risking it. Mods trying to poke the place and loses their lives,
No!
gets
What was
punished
that?
for that. Absolutely
Definitely.
crazy.
What was that? Kensei is still trying to get the damage down, but that's just gonna be it for now. Vodka prepared inside the bush, finds the damage, connects those shots, but Kensei will be taken down. This is gonna be a shutdown. The Lord already initiated the side of the pilots. Looking at it, Diablo also trying to zone them out. Midnight on the other hand trying to get the damage in, and Midnight will take Diablo down, but the pilots will claim the Lord, giving them a chance to fight back. Midnight goes for the triple kill, takes Irtle down, looking for more, looking for the Quadra. Shama Maniac
Wow.
will be going on to Midnight once again. Our key players, you give them the Lord, but okay, I'm gonna have the Maniac.
Oh man, I am vodka just trying to fly away so fast. No way! No way! That was a huge chunk of time and they still got that savage, but that's absolutely crazy. I mean, it's quite rare to see a maniac even a savage in a competition. So that's absolutely crazy and congratulations once again to Sleeping Forest for a job well done.
I mean, wow, that was really intense. Oh my god, like, you know, the wait, I mean, definitely, we have seen them. I've called it a while ago. Midnight was their key players, and it was really unfortunate. The potential for Vodka was really wasted right here because Vodka's damage is really nice, but their enemies were kind of aware of that as well. So, with that in mind, they didn't really allow Vodka. If they allowed Vodka to inflict that damage, then the point could be going to pilots. But Midnight was just advanced as well. He was able to take a lot of those skills down to be assisted by Custard and Reaper. Kensei and Mats was also behind him as well, just getting those damages down. But yeah, here we have it. Sleeping Forest with an easy win.
Yeah, and actually, Custard made a lot of those skills, a lot of those engagements possible. And so, with that, with the support system surrounding that Granger, I think that makes it like a really good team, a really good chemistry, really good communication coming in. And of course, with a 1 point coming in to the side of Sleeping Forest, we're going to be updating our bracket. We're going on to the match point for the side of Sleeping Forest. If they win this next game, they'll be moving up the bracket to go against Kalo Ofumi. But on the other hand, if SLFO Pilots win this next game, we're going to be moving on to the third game of this best of three, and then perhaps there might be a reverse sweep, or maybe the other team can move forward.
Definitely. But of course, while we're gonna be waiting for that, we're gonna be heading on to a short break and see you. Let us go back into it, guys. Now, welcome back into the games. And of course, we are your shoutcasters once again. I'm Mike, and with me is Annie. Now, Annie, what is up right there? Over.
I'm over, but yeah, that was an exciting game. I mean, there were a lot of really good moments in that previous match, and just gotta, commend Midnight for a job well done as their main damage dealer. But all the while, actually, everyone from Sleeping Forest really made it possible for that victory. I mean, that coordination, that backup coming in for their damage dealers, just pushing that minions, always having their eyes on the objectives, all of that, all of those factors come in and gave them their first victory. Now I'm really excited to see what's gonna happen on this second game, because either match point going into Sleeping Forest, they could move on to the next bracket, or potentially if Pilots win, we're gonna be moving on to a third game. So I'm really excited to see what's
Sorry.
gonna happen next.
Yeah, Daddy, I agree with you. And of course, this is gonna be the second game, and the pilots would be suffering a huge blow. But again, I really respect that the pilots, they had that damage right there with the Farsa, and but they were able to counter that. They respected Farsa's potential, and with that they were just able to spot him out as soon as Farsa shows that damage. It was just really amazing for that. But yeah, we have it back at it again. Round number two for pilots versus the Sleeping Forest. And currently Sleeping Forest has the point advantage right here, so it's just gonna be up to pilots to try to take this one away from them.
I mean, I'd love to be the forest right now. They're sleeping, but yes, we're right here back into the banning and picking phase rather. And so with that, we actually saw these two teams, they love banning magical damage. So I'm not sure if we're gonna be seeing the same thing later on. But of course, the previous match, I mean, their lineups, I didn't really have any qualms. I didn't really have any problems with their lineups. Not unlike the first series where I was kind of worried that there was a team that didn't choose a marksman. I think these two teams were kind of reasonable with their picks and with their bans as well. So I'm really excited to see what they'll pick next, because so far, the lineups were good. It's just with the execution and the way that they perform their objectives.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, to those that are watching, of course, like, comment, show your love, show your support, and of course, share the stream to your friends and families, especially that we will be with you until I think
The end of
until
time.
the rest of the quarterfinals for tonight. Of course, we'll be seeing you tomorrow for the semifinals and the finals. But yeah, I mean, currently, again, talking about the team comps, it was really surprising for the pilots that they didn't opt for what is a marksman, really. They really needed that damage, especially Farsa being a very good damage, but her weakness being that she can't really move around. You have that bird form, but that's just it. Once you're done, you're gonna be hunted down.
Yeah, I mean, once that bird is gonna go on cooldown, they're gonna be in a lot of trouble. And we're going straight to the picking phase, and not much bans going on. It's just the one in SLF. Oh, yep, they switched sides, I believe. And so we're seeing a savior on the side of Sleeping Forest, and pilots will be. That's Masha. That's definitely Masha. I'm sure now.
Definitely, that is Masha, and yeah, I mean, the damage is already there. That a little bit of that durability is also present, and yeah, banning from the side of the Sleepy Forest would be a Martis. Picking would also be the savior, and yeah, finalizing the bans from Sleeping Forest would be the Louis, and I believe that's Sicilian. For the side of the pilots would be banned with Azushin, and I think that's Neve, and pilots would be banning now the Granger.
Yep, that's a respect ban if I know what a respect ban is. And with that, SLFO chooses the Cho alongside of the Savior. That's like two fighters, but usually Cho goes on to become the support of the team, and so that there's a lot of durability going on to their side. And it looks like their third pick would be the Kalia, usually banned, but now they're getting picked. So I'm really interested in how they plan to use her.
Yeah, definitely. Clea is really a strong hero right here. They could use that, but replying that would be pilots taking Florian, and currently the support and the Masha being that fighter. Kagura, okay.
Hmm.
Yeah, I haven't seen a Kagura in a while, but yeah, that would be the third pick for the side of the pilots. Currently, as the Sleeping Forest, they have the Kalia once again, the Savior and the Chu. For me, I would probably opt for Fanny for the side of the Sleeping Forest. I don't know. I'm feeling kind of bold, but yeah, for now, pilots would be taking Hayabusa, also one of a very good core. But yeah, definitely they would be needing a marksman. Maybe they could be opting for a Moskov or an Aerothel. I don't know. How about you, Anne?
I mean, yeah, I'm definitely a little bit more comfortable if the lineup will have a marksman, and that goes the same for both of these teams. But for now, I think they're gonna be trying to make up their minds. But so far, on their team composition, I mean, so far it's just a little bit balanced. Maybe lacking a bit on the damage side, but maybe they're just trying to kind of hide their cards first and then not really reveal their damage dealers just yet. And with that, we are finally revealing their damage dealers. No marksman in sight unless you marksman build Nana.
No, actually, for the side of the pilots, they're opting for a Hireth. I believe they're opting for a Hireth marksman build right here. For the side of the Sleeping Forest, kind of surprised they got a Nana. Oh, okay. I mean, I think they will probably have to, I think they have something that they're gonna be releasing up in their streams. But yeah, while we're booting up into the games, once again, like the stream, comment and share this to your friends, to your families. Of course, this is a 1 point already be going to the Sleeping Forest team, and one more point they will be moving to the semifinals. But yeah, here we are at the Land of Dawn, the pilots versus the Sleeping Forest. Here we have the Sleeping Forest with their point advantage, and it does look like the Sleeping Forest are slowly invading their base towards the side of the pilots. For now, I am Vodka with the Kagura. Could be possibly be looking for his moment right here, but I think we see a fight already being started from the top side. Oh, nothing is not gonna happen yet, but the side of the pilots, they have responded to that very, very quickly, and Custard could be caught right here.
Yeah, Custard. I don't know. That's not a good idea. 3 versus 1 on the top lane. Custard might get punished, but unfortunately, Sleeping Forest will not get that opportunity. And with that, Reaper comes in with the backup. Potential 4 versus 3 in the top lane, and Diablo will be the first blood. Will this be a second blood coming in on the side of Midnight? It looks like it's not gonna be the case. Shama slowly losing their health. Custard half health. Kagura throwing their umbrella, and it looks like it's all done for now.
Definitely, and for that, they're just gonna be taking their time right here. But oh, something happened right at the bottom part of the map. It's gonna be Hanzo getting a kill on that one, and yeah, Kensei would be moving back into the base for now. And yeah, the objectives are looking good for the side of the pilots.
Yeah, and everyone's kind of just I think there's something happening in the bottom lane and on the mid lane as well. Diablo, the second kill for this one player. That's quite unfortunate, but of course, we're taking a look at the mid lane. Everyone's just going back to their farms.
There we have it. Turtle already being spawned at, and Sleeping Forest wasting no time but to start this right on time just to secure this turtle. However, they're kind of applying the pressure to the top side to give the impression that they weren't going in for the turtle. But yeah, in a surprising way, Kensei will take that kill. But I think there could be a possible engagement towards the top side.
Yeah, and Vodka is about to lose their health, but in the end, Kensei will be bagging that kill. Reaper, run away! And they did actually run away. And with that, There was only one casualty from the top lane engagement. I think everyone's going back to their farms.
Yeah, for now, a Custard would be caught right here by Shama. Could be finalizing the skill with a Diablo as well with a Florin. But of course, Midnight would be prepared for a possible rescue operation right here. But looking at the bot side, I think they, they have stolen the orange buff right here for the side of the pilots. And that really sets them up against the Sleeping Forest. And with less objectives, it's just gonna be hard time.
You know what? I'm starting to think the Nana really is gonna be the marksman. But with that, there's a kill on the side of Sleeping Forest once again. 4-2 on the scoreboard. Will there be another kill? 2 versus 1 on the top lane. It looks like they won't be committing to that yet.
For now, the rest of Sleeping Forest trying to get back on their feet, especially that they are currently losing a lot of those objectives, though. They do get the turtle, so there's that. I mean, the gold as well. They're kind of at an advantage. The pilots are trying to compensate it by invading and taking their buffs as well. But yeah, so far the map is really on the side of the Sleeping Forest. Shama being caught right here could be eliminated with a 2v1. Midnight zoning them out as well.
I mean, also on the side of the jungle, the top jungle, Midnight's very low on health and trying to steal this red buff away from pilots, and with that, Diablo, he dies for the 3rd time. That's really sad for the side of SLOFO pilots.
Yeah, definitely. He gets the damage down for Hayabusa, but not enough to claim that kill. Custard, on the other hand, oh no, Shama, I think he's walking into a 1v2 scenario right here. 1v3!
Yeah, 1v3, and with that, Custard, Reaper rather, loses their lives, and Shama as well. It's a 1-to-1 trade. Looking at the mid lane, possible 2 versus 4, but I don't think Sleeping Forest will be getting this engagement.
What was even happening, bro? Like, I don't even know what was happening, but I think right here, they're gonna be going in for an engagement. Custard would be losing a little bit of that health. Just waiting for a couple more. Ooh, the knockup is there.
Midnight tries to get that initiation in the bag, but I don't know. Pilots isn't just fighting back, they're trying to go back, but they waited for the right moment to strike, and Midnight will be their casualty. Will there be a second? That's the question. It looks like Pilots is backing away once again. They're quite low on health, but it's a push and pull, and in the end, they decide to go for the turtle.
Now, Turtle leaning to the side of the Pilots could give them the chance to fight back and go for a comeback play right here. For now, currently, the Pilots are taking this second turtle right here, but it's still gonna be their first. Again, it's gonna be the chance to fight back, but Reaper will be eliminated. I think Midnight will be chasing them down.
Yeah, Midnight targeting the jungler, but in the end, I don't think this will come to fruition. This is a possible 2 versus 1 and 1 versus 1. Diablo quite low on health, but on the other hand, at the top lane, Custard loses their lives under their own tower. And Diablo, that is their 4th death for this game. 8-7 on the scoreboard. But Shama, what? This is a 2 versus 2. I am Godka trying to go for that backup, and now with that, Sleeping Forest backs away.
Definitely, that will be destroyed right here for the top side of the Sleeping Forest. Now looking at the gold, Pilots have already managed to catch up. Mads, the rest of the Sleeping Forest are just pushing this one down, but look at that!
There's no sleeping for either of these teams. All 5 members of SLFO at the mid lane, and that goes the same with Pilots as well.
Yeah, for now, Reaper
losing a lot of health, getting chased by Shama, but very low health as well. That's a trade, 1-1, and now it's a 4 versus 4. Whether or not Pilots will go in for this engage, let's see, because Midnight jumped in and jumped right out and noped out of there into that bush with 3 different members. Mad's almost dead, but they're still alive in the end.
Definitely, and for now, Midnight just also zoning them out, trying to lessen the chances that the wave will be pushed towards their middle lane, but Custard being just luring them out before they can finally decide on whether or not they will commit to the fights. But yeah, they're kind of aware of their positions, but look at this!
Yeah, look at this. 4 versus 4 in the midfield once again. And the jungler of the side of SLFO, they're gonna be losing a lot of health with that mod. Feed loses their lives. Hayabusa goes down as well. I Am Vodka is getting chased down, and I don't know if they'll make it. That is a 3 versus 3, and in the end, I Am Vodka will be falling down. Kagura, supposedly they had a lot of mobility but couldn't get away. Shama might be next. With that, the sustainability couldn't handle 3 other opponents, and in the end, there's only one left for the taking. Will they chase down this Ruby? Ruby has a really good sustainability. It's taking a while, and Diablo all the while with that healing. Will it be enough to save this Ruby? Oh, that's absolutely crazy. It's been a while, and with that, finally Reaper reaps the Ruby.
Definitely, and for now, the momentum still goes back to Sleeping Forest 14-9. Still, just trying to get those, steal those objectives as well. But, looking at the map right here, it is slowly pushing towards the side of the pilots. But right here, Hayabusa going in for that 1v1 kill, almost makes it. But now, I think the Lord will be started. I think they're just going to be slowly getting that damage, taking that out of that area, and going in for a reset. Still, they're gonna be zoning this one out, contesting for who gets the Lord, especially that this could make or break the moment right here for pilots. Oh, Shama getting caught
Shama.
once again.
Oh my gosh, that's a lot of health lost by Shama. Not a very good engage, but all the wild pilot is trying to back away, but Diablo will be first to fall. And I Am Vodka is also a little bit losing health. But on the backside, we're seeing the Hayabusa trying to come in. Without a mobility, they could get away, but all the while Ruby who tried to go in. I Am Vodka as well, trying to get some of that damage in, gets a 1 point in the bag, and with that, it is a 2-1, a casualty on both sides. But I think it's not over just yet. They're trying to do the Lord Dance. Kensei get the godlike, takes Hayabusa down, and now I think Sleeping Forest. I don't know if I Am Vodka can steal this. Let's just see what's gonna happen. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, that is a trade for the Lord, and I Am Vodka. Shama is gonna fall once again. Diablo's gonna get chased down 3 versus 1. But in the end, what's funny is that Kagura stole that Lord.
Definitely a very interesting, a very clever play for Kagura to be stealing that Lord. Gives him that chance, a breathing room. But yeah, for now, they will be still applying that wave pressure, and they actually took the second turret in the mid lane of the pilots.
Yeah, and over here, the jungle, towards where the red buff is, the Lord will be taken down by the side of Sleeping Forest. I mean, Pilots gotta be glad they managed to steal that. And with that, this is a 3 versus 1 Ruby with a lot of sustain. Could not sustain all of that. And with that, Diablo's also getting chased down, but they turned back. See, I Am Vodka within the ranks, and Novaria couldn't quite, snipe them to death. But yeah, it is what it is.
Definitely, now they would be taking this again. Looking at the map, the waves are pushing into the side of the pilots. However, during in the middle part as well, a wave is also pushing towards the Sleeping Forest, but Custer trying to chase them down. The second turret from the top side from the pilots will be taken down as well. This is really almost a very close game for this one. But looking at the gold lead as well, Sleeping Forest seem to have that in their bag, and also 21-10. It really is on the side of the Sleeping Forest. They could still be going in for a comeback, but looking at the bottom part right here, Shama already being caught and maybe trying to escape the 1v4 before the team from Pilots will go in for the rescue.
Oh my gosh, this is a 5 versus 4. I Am Vodka will be falling first. Kensei with that legendary. Over here, the purple buff. Kensei tries to give that chase, and Pilots know they don't stand a chance. They go back into their base, and with that, no, Hayabusa will be punished for going into that 5 versus 1.
And that sets another movement right here, that the waves will be pushed once again towards the middle part of the map. Still, Pilots trying their best to fend them off, especially just clean the waves before they can go in for the push. But I think the middle part will be opened up for the base.
Yeah, and will we be seeing a potential clash? It looks like Pilots is prioritizing on trying to defend their base, and that's what they should be doing. I mean, there are minions going for their crystal, but in the end, Mod almost almost lost their lives. But all the while, I mean, Masha Shama pushed the top lane all the way back to Sleeping Forest. They had to worry about that, but in the end, Shama is gonna be punished for walking that way. 3 versus 1. With all that sustain, it still doesn't stand a chance against Sleeping Forest. And in the end, 3 more on the side of Pilots. And Hayabusa coming in straight into the fire, getting chased down and teleporting every which way. And I don't know if he can get away. That's the question. They're losing a lot of lives. Kensei, I don't know what is the KDA of Kensei. It's 13-1-6 right now, and I am Vodka's in the front lines. Probably gonna lose their lives next with a double kill and triple kill with the Ruby. Triple kill is that custard. Yep, the Ruby is gonna fall as well.
And there we have it. They could be pushing this one to the middle part of the map. But still, there we have it. Shama once again getting inside the back lane.
Yeah, and Diablo, I mean, the game ended before anyone else could die, but this once again the second victory of a Sleeping Forest. That's 2-0. That was some pretty good plays, and once again reminding everyone that there aren't any marksmen. I mean, I guess Masha's being built like a marksman. And taking a look at the side of Pilots, I don't think there's a marksman build anywhere here. So I guess that was their strategy. Maybe they were trying to build something, I mean try something new, treating this like a little bit of practice. But in the end, yep, Pilots has 2 points. I believe that's Sleeping Forest actually.
Yeah, I think that's LNN's Team Forest getting those 2 points, and will be moving up to the semifinals that will be battling it out against, of course, our winners a while ago. But of course, we're not gonna see that just yet. We're gonna be seeing four new teams. Four new teams that will be introduced later on. We would be seeing them battle it out to complete the lower bracket for the semifinals. But yeah, so far we are Shotcasters. I am Moik, and with me is Annie. We'll be seeing you later after a short break.
Let's go. We are back to Ooredoo's Nation Mobile Legends Bang Bang event. Once again, we are your casters. My name is Annie and Marky's with me. We just witnessed two brackets and now we're going to move on to the third bracket. But so far, what are your thoughts about this, Mike?
Well, definitely for now, we'll be moving on, of course, to MVL Esport versus LPDA Esports. But yeah, definitely, again, for the side of the Sleeping Forest and Pilots, what I noticed about these teams is they usually experiment. I mean, definitely a lot of experimentations are happening, but there are just others that it's just too much experimentation happening, which led them to their demise, and others still experimenting, but there's a little bit of that balance, which is why they got those wins. And yeah, for now we will be heading on to the next bracket, which of course the next best of three matches. And yeah, definitely, as now that we're gonna be heading on to that, it's gonna be a new teams, a new set of lineups as well, since it's gonna be Alpida and the Valhalla. So again, I'm curious on which heroes they're gonna be banning, that's which they're gonna be picking. I still hope there will be. I really want to see a game right here with a Fanny and the Granger.
Yeah, I mean, that Granger game was really satisfying. I mean, that was such a clean execution coming in from Midnight from the previous series. But of course, these are two different teams. I don't really have a lot of information on them, but if it's anything like the previous series, maybe they'll do something experimental once again. And so I can't really predict the bans and the picks at this point, and I'm just gonna hope for the best and hope that these teams just do their best and execute their picks well.
Yes, definitely. And for now, we're gonna be seeing, of course, the bands. Just we're kind of waiting for it to be finalized. But yeah, we do see. Again, we can't really talk much about it, especially that this is a new set. Personally speaking, I just really want to see a Fanny game right here. Also, maybe probably a Ling and a Hanzo being brought up once again. I do also want to see a Moskov play and maybe a Harith marksman being done right. And yeah, LP will be banning Padang.
Yeah, and now that you mentioned it, yeah, I'd really love to see a Moscow, but basically, no marksman usually for these games. I mean, we saw the Granger, but then again, I don't know what's up with these teams. They're not really prioritizing on the physical damage, on the marksman, on the carry. But of course, if it works, then don't break it. And your Fanny dreams are gonna be shattered with that ban coming in
Definitely.
from the side of TIL Valhalla. And so that's a Florine and a Fanny for the left side, and on the right side, we're Pida. That's gonna be a Badang, and can't quite catch the second one.
I think that is Lucas being banned right here for
As
the side
well.
of Elpida and Badang. We have seen a lot of Lucas games as well. Personally, I love Lucas. I want to see more Lucas games as well, but they're gonna be banning that one, and they're banning my favorite picks right here. Really hurts my heart. Really breaks that. But yeah, we'll be waiting for the final third ban for Valhalla and Elpida. Oh, I think we're gonna be seeing that in a minute. That's gonna be Zushin, also a very key player when it comes to mage. Personally speaking, I mean, we have seen a lot of Zushin bans. I just want to see a game with a Zushin. The damage with her lantern is just really it's immense, which is why she's usually banned like almost 100 times.
Almost 100 times, but yeah, we won't be seeing the Zujin in play for this game. I was gonna say this series, but hopefully we see that in the next game if ever that's possible. But coming in, we are gonna be seeing the Kalia for the side of Elpida will be banned, and really excited to see. We're gonna be seeing the picking phase really soon. And so with that, I mean, some fighters being banned, some assassins, once again the supports as well as Zujin, a mage. So it's kind of diverse. So I'm wondering how they'll pick their heroes on both sides.
Yeah, Kalia being banned as well. So we kind of see some meta picks being banned, which it's getting to no face right here for both of these teams. So they're gonna be very careful. But here we have it. Sicilian from the side of Elpida will be securing to be followed by Hanzo from the side of Valhalla.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if Elpida will be trying to get this Carmilla Sicilian pairing, since Carmilla is also a pretty common pick. And then once we put Sicilian and Carmilla together, that's basically an extra skill coming in for both of these teams. Both of these players. But that's what they'll decide on. I think Elpida has one more pick to go, and they'll be going on to. Oh my gosh, I haven't seen him in a while. I can't even remember his name.
It's Khalid.
Khalid, right. I'm so sorry,
Yeah.
Khalid. I mean, you and your little carpets. I respect that. That's a fighter, and so they have probably an XP lane as well as their mage. And on the side of Valhalla, they do have their assassin.
Yeah, I mean, we're still waiting for the second and third pick for Valhalla and the third pick for Elpida. But for now, analyzing right here, we have the mage already from Elpida. We also have that fighter, that's gonna be Khalid once again. We kind of have that. So again, there's just gonna be needing some more crowd control and the durability. But for now, Valhalla. Ooh, I didn't. I forgot Chip wasn't banned. Okay, so we
Mhm.
could finally see a chip pick right here, a chip game, and the portals really are very efficient. But for now, I think your prayers have been answered. Carmilla will
Mhm.
be chosen to be paired that up with her lover, of course, Brazilian.
Sana all. Sana all chosen. Khalid, however, come on. Oh, can you just move the ground? I'm just kidding. I don't want to trouble the back end. I'm just saying whatever I want. But so far, I like these picks. I mean, we have the fighter, we have the sustain from Carmilla, we have Sicilian as a really good pair for as mage for Carmilla, and of course, inside of Valhalla, yes, Ship didn't get banned, and so Valhalla took this chance to put them on their side, and of course, the Savior and as well as the Hanzo for that damage. And so with that, we're going back to the banning phase. Granger will be off the table. Can't quite catch what Elpida banned. Who's that?
I think it's Phovius. Oh, Phovius
Is
being
it?
banned. Wait, is it Phovius? Oh, no, 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 no. I can't really see clearly as well. But while we are waiting for the last bans for these teams, once again, we're kind of noticing that the meta picks, the meta heroes being banned. But Chip, finally makes it into the game right here. We could finally see his effectiveness towards the team. We're also kind of waiting for the next two heroes that will be going for Elpida and Valhalla. But yeah, for now, definitely it is looking good. Still, would be needing some marksmen, but I think we're gonna be throwing that into against the meta already, since we can't really see a lot of marksmen playing into action. For now, they have been locked. Brody will be banned. Irithel would be picked. Finally, a marksman right here, and could probably be answered by a Moscow, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, for now, Irithel will be picked. Valhalla will be waiting. Will be waiting for Valhalla picking their last two picks.
And pretty nice Earthful pick coming in from Elpida, but just waiting on Valhalla. They have yet to pick a marksman as well. Whether or not they'll actually ever pick a marksman, that's a question right now that I really need answered. Because so far, these past few teams in the past series, I don't know why it's like they're allergic to marksmen. And of course, we're seeing the Harith. We already have a jungler, which is the Hanzo, so maybe they'll be going on to the gold lane. And of course, Gatot Gacha. Yep, no marksman in sight unless they use the Harith as the marksman. I wonder how Elpida will respond to that.
Yeah, definitely Valhalla will be picking Harith as their gold laner for this game. Elpida would be locking in, of course, again, Irithel, Carmilla, Sicilian, Khalid, and I think we're gonna be waiting for the last one. For now, Valhalla would be completing, and the Gacha as their tank and Chip as their support would probably be very busy towards this game number one. A Savior will be their fighter once again, and pretty much balanced for Valhalla, which I really am happy for. Elpida would be opting for the Suyu for their I think that's gonna be their jungler. But yeah, for now, there we have our mages right here. We have Khalid, we have Suyu, and then we have the Earthel.
I like so far. I like the lineup with Vilpida. It's quite well-rounded, quite balanced as well. Just out of Valhalla, a little bit nervous at the fact that they don't have a marksman. But as long as they execute this Harith pick well, I mean that might go well for their side. Once again, this is the playoff bracket. We saw the victory of Kalu Ofumi. They'll be moving on to the next part of the bracket alongside with LNN Sleeping Forest, and perhaps tomorrow we'll be seeing them go against each other. And yes, we'll be seeing the third bracket go fight it out. We just saw their picking phase with Valhalla and the other team. Oh my gosh, that's Elpida Esports. They will be going against each other, and we'll be seeing the fourth bracket as well later on. And so with that, really excited to see how this will play out later, especially with such a great lineup. And already, Mike, what's happening in the river right now?
Definitely, we're now at the land of dawn. We're just a couple, just poking one by one, just a little bit of the damage. But yeah, nothing game changing will happen for now. Again, it's just gonna be pure raw damage, just poking each other.
Yeah, Chip coming in to the bottom lane, 2 versus 2. Will Lev lose their life? Like low
no
one
Lev.
health, but I think they can get away with their lives for now. And we're all back to farming. But I think Lev, yeah, they managed to kind of heal themselves up. They don't have to waste time on that recall. And so everyone else, they're just going about their farms. And so far, since we have no information of TAL, Valhalla, and Elpida, we're all just anticipating on how these two teams will play about. I mean, there are 4 people on the top lane for the side of Elpida, so whether or not they're trying to cook something up, I don't know. Heist might be in trouble, but it doesn't look like Elpida will really commit to anything just yet. And it's the same thing with Valhalla as well. They're lingering around where the turtle is. I think they're trying to get an early rotation in the bag, but I'm sure Elpida won't be letting them get away with that. This is gonna get messy in the turtle. It's gonna be spawning in 8 minutes, and there's about a possible 4 versus 4 towards the EXP lane down at the bottom. And with that, the turtle has spawned, and no one's starting just yet. Don't know where the junglers are. Everyone's kind of just like waiting for the right moment to strike.
Oh, there we have it. Hanzo on the move, trying to get the damage down. Catches Doctor and leaves him with half HP remaining. However, the turtle will be started on the side of Valhalla. It will just be up to these members to take this one. But Elpida will go in for the response. Now the damage coming in. Gacha coming in as well. But Levenom will take the turtle going into the side of the Valhalla. Still, it's not yet over. They're chasing them down. But I guess that's just going to be it for now.
Yeah, for now, Red X, I don't know if they'll get away with their lives, but that's a lot of sustain and that's a lot of mobility as well. And I think Elpida will be falling back. They won't overextend. I mean, this is still 3 minutes into the game. Everyone's priorities should still be farming. And that's exactly what everyone's doing right now. I mean, these two lovers, they're just in the mid laners, having their bebe time, if you guys know Filipino. But over here, it looks like Carmilla will be rotating towards the bottom part of the map. Gatotkacha's gonna get away, and that's a good call because Sicilian was about to rotate into the area, and Gatotkacha, they'll live to see another day. But all the while, actually, the junglers, I think they're a little bit quiet right now. Red X, I don't know what's gonna happen, but I don't think there'll be engagement real soon.
Definitely for now, the rest of Elpida would be chasing them down, just taking control of the map and do not really overextend, especially that the first build already went to Valhalla. They will try their best to not really widen the gap from here.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's just waiting for the right moment to strike. Virus coming in for the 1 versus 1. Doctor might, and Doctor did not. Doctor did not join that fight, but in the mid lane.
Oh, there we have it. Still, the damages are coming in, just poking them one by one. And that's usually the play style of a Hanzo. You're just chipping away the damage, just a little bit of those pokes before you can finalize. But that's just gonna be it.
Ooh.
Doctor will find one, just low health right here before he gets crowd control. Virus chasing them down. Doctor could be caught right here as a kill going to the side of Valhalla, but the Gatacha gets in with an ultimate. Still trying to fight back Levenom. The rest of the team from Valhalla trying to fight back, but Levenom will claim a kill on Cam. Still, Doctor trying to run away. That's just gonna be one less manpower from the side of Elpida, as now Valhalla will be taking their purple buff. Red X, however, will be caught off guard, and now the kill will be going to the side of Elpida.
That's one. That's one person lost in the side of TAL Valhalla. I mean, we're still in the farming phase, so that might set them back just a little bit. But of course, the turtle is there. It looks like Leave might be losing their lives.
Dave already being eliminated right here. Virus, ooh, an amazing turn of events. Virus also will be eliminated, but the turtle once again will be going on to Valhalla. I mean, the timing, they've really timed it well because, they managed to zone it out already before it even spawns. And when they do, Elpida usually isn't aware of that one.
Yeah, I love what he's did. I mean, they saw like Cam and Doctor and vicinity just noped out of there. Possible 3 versus 2. I don't think anything's gonna happen. Red X has a lot of sustain. I don't know if they'll commit to this.
Definitely, Red X low on health, still trying to aid his team right here. Valhalla would claim their kill, and now Levenom with a mega kill takes Cam down. Still, Asteria trying to get the damage for himself right here, but the ultimate from Virus will take him down. Doctor nowhere to run, trying to move away, but does look like the first turret will almost be taken down, and Valhalla could claim their first turret. Oh, not just yet. Lev, no, low one a little bit more. Just connecting those shots, but it will not happen just yet.
I think, in my opinion, Asteria a while ago kind of overextended just a little bit. But over here in the blue buff of the side of Elpida, I think Valhalla is just trying to deny the jungle from Elpida. And I guess it's working out well because look at the gold deficit on the side of Elpida. Valhalla is just putting a lot of pressure on them, and it's actually kind of a breath of fresh air that finally it's the blue team that's kind of pushing towards the northern part of the map. I mean, it was always the red team that kind of got that victory. And so with that, mid lane.
Oh, there we have it. Lev will claim another kill. And now, with nowhere to run, Shizuku will be eliminated. Doctor, on the other hand, low on health. Got to catch out ultimate coming in. Virus still too late. Would have to move back. And they would suffer a very huge consequence for Valhalla. Virus could also be killed right here. Asteria, nowhere to run. Levenom, the last member remaining right here. With no choice but to give the middle turret for the side of Elpida. Oh, he's not giving a fight just yet. He's just trying to fight Asteria down, but leaves with low HP, remaining. Cam would be chased down as well. And now that's just gonna be it. The turtle is ready to be taken on the side of Valhalla.
I mean, a lot of the players from Elpida will have to go back to base and kind of reset. Valhalla had a chance to get the turtle, but I guess they didn't want to take that risk just yet. And with that turtle's gonna turn to the Lord. Actually, yeah, that's probably why they didn't take it. Lev trying to scout the place. Cam as well. Red X trying to push back the vision away from Elpida, but all the while we're already seeing a very early Lord dance. No one's getting it started, but no one is giving away the area either. I mean, there's a 4 on each team. And with that, will Virus lose their lives? That's the question, but it looks like Elpida won't be getting this starting this initiating an engagement rather just yet. I mean, they're hovering around the Lord and everyone's just waiting for something to happen. I mean, they're probably waiting for a pick-off that might be happening right now.
Oof, Lev definitely low on health, trying to run away, but Red X chasing them down. That would just be it. However, I think Red X will be paying for this one, especially that he was the one who went aggressively. And while that was happening, Levenom would also be taking his 5th kill for this game.
Yeah, but all the while, Heisto gets their ultimate out.
Oh, there we still have it. The game, the fight's still not ended. Virus gets in just in time to help Steve. Gets a kill. Left on the other hand will be chasing them down. Heist with a very low HP remaining makes it out alive. Lev, what? That was unfortunate. Heist makes it out alive with a little bit of the HP.
I mean, Heist, I don't know, the way I saw it, Heist kind of used themselves as bait. And in the end, Elpida was punished for being a little bit too greedy, but it's not over just yet. Towards the blue buff, it looks like there was a potential engagement, but I guess it was just a distraction so that the side of TIL Valhalla could get that Lord. And then, as usual, if Elpida doesn't want to take that risk, of course they'll try to stay alive. Stay alive, come. They have to stay alive in order to be able to defend against that Lord. And all the while, Valhalla has a lot of chances to kind of push the minions against Elpida and get a lot of that map control and put a lot of pressure towards their opponent. And with that, the Lord starts their march towards the top lane. And of course, Elpida, they'll be trying to defend that. And so far, not much in terms of engagements, but I think Red X might be in trouble here.
Whoop. There we have it. Another engagement coming right in. Virus also coming to rescue them as well. Heist gets double. Could be looking for a triple right here, but looking at the top side, they could be pushing for more. And here, the third blast will be used later on when the wave will be crashed. And I think we're going to be preparing for another engagement as Doctor is left alone in middle.
That was actually quite unfortunate. The Lord couldn't quite put a lot of damage towards the top lane turret. But there's a skirmish in the middle lane.
There we have it. Doctor being eliminated. Shizuku will claim that kill. A double kill, taking Asteria down. Giving them a little bit of that fighting chance towards middle. Especially that the wave is already coming their way.
Yeah, and with that, everyone's just going back to, pushing the turrets and pushing the minions back. Slowly but surely, TIL Valhalla is taking down one turret after the other, and that Lord definitely kind of helped with that. But of course, TIL Valhalla, they're not giving up on the map control. They're harassing Elpida onto their base. And with that, they might be able to get the inhibitor turrets as well. But for now, it looks like Valhalla, they'll be waiting for the next minion wave. Perhaps wait for the Lord as well, which is going to be spawning in less than a minute. But whether or not they'll try to get to that, we're going to see seeing later on. But right now, Elpida, I don't think they're going to be risking an engagement, especially when you look at the gold deficit on their side. And so with that, they're just focusing on defending their base and then pushing the minions back.
Definitely for now, Shizuku and the rest of the Venom, the rest of Valhalla would be going in for damage. Levenom just poking them down one by one, little bit. Shizuku on the other hand also getting his damage for himself. The turret will be opened up. Fast Virus will almost deal a final blow. Oops, still alive. The turret barely clinging onto his life.
They're alive but barely breathing, but the important thing is they managed to push Elpida back, and of course the Hondo just keeps on harassing Elpida, trying to chip down their health and trying to deny them from getting those minions and pushing those getting that map control back. And with that, a minute passes so fast and Phil Valhalla is already getting started on the Lord, and of course Red X doing their scouting. Shizuku trying to push back the members of Elpida from trying to steal the Lord.
Oh, Cam, there we have it. Cam running away while the rest of Elpida, they have no options but to really just surrender the Lord, the second Lord once again to South Valhalla.
Yes, surrender to the Lord. And with that, the Elpida doesn't want to lose their base. They have to stay alive. And that's pretty much why they didn't engage against Til Valhalla when they were trying to harass them, trying to push them back from the Lord. And so with that, that was a pretty smart move. But Elpida is pretty much being pushed into a corner at this rate. I mean, we're talking about a 10k gold lead for the side of Til Valhalla. Scoreboard 12-7. I guess it's not that big of a gap, but still, in terms of map control, it's definitely going on to the side of Tila Valhalla, and with the Lord also on their side, it's gonna be a little bit hard for Elpida. But on the top lane, it looks like someone's
Oh,
gonna lose their lives really soon.
Lev still makes it out alive with a very low HP remaining Doctor, and the rest of Elpida still has that fighting chance, but the turret will be broken down again. Valhalla, Hanzo will be poking their health, will be chipping down their health, and now that the turret from the top side is gonna be open, it's just gonna be a chance right here for them to end the game. Lev tries to fight back, but with low HP remaining, he can't do anything. Doctor into their hand, and Cam just running away has now double kill will go to Heist, and monster kill to be followed up with Venom still backing up, triple kill for Heist, and now that all of the minions are pushing towards the base.
Ooh.
Shizuku, what happened? Maniac on, however, for Heist, what a clever play for Maniac. Wow.
I mean, that's the second Maniac for tonight, and we saw Savage a while ago. That's absolutely crazy. They managed to pull off that Harith really well, and even then, that's zero deaths on their side and 704 on the KDA for Heist. And kudos to their team. They executed their lineup really well, and I did say that I'm a little bit uncomfortable from the fact that they didn't have a marksman, but they definitely proved me wrong. I mean, they managed to pull off that victory so flawlessly without having a typical carry. I mean Harith is also a carry, but still I was expecting maybe like a marksman, but I mean I'm just quite impressed.
Definitely. And for now, here we have it once again. The 1 point will go to TIL Valhalla with their MVP as savior. And later on we will be seeing, of course, the next game, which again, point advantage goes to TIL Valhalla. If they win game number 2, then they would move up to the semis. But of course, we'll be seeing each other later after a short break. What is up again, guys? We are now back into it. Of course, we have just witnessed
Should I start?
one game already, and it went to TIL Valhalla. Now, second game right here. If Valhalla wins it, then we can move towards the semifinals, lower brackets. But of course, um, I mean, yeah, you look at the brackets right here. If Valhalla wins one more time, then they will be moving to the
Brackets are wrong, by the way.
lower brackets, and that would be it. And of course, we followed with MVL Esport and Elpida Esports. They would be completing today's matches. And yeah, for now, here we have it once again, swapping these teams. And the first ban would be Zushin from the side of Elpida.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Zeus is a pretty good mage, so I understand that they like prioritize banning them. But TAL Valhalla, they'll be having their match points, so it's just one more victory before they move on to the next bracket. And they will be banning of Florin on their side. And it's just a little bit of a maybe speculation. Alpida, they have witnessed the Harith that TL Valhalla carried with Heist. So maybe a respect ban for the Harith later on, but that's their decision in the end, and that's just my prediction.
Definitely. And for now, since we'll be heading on, waiting for the second and third ban for Elpida and Valhalla, still we'll be waiting for those just yet. But knowing the game style of Valhalla and Elpida, they're usually going in for assassination eliminations, and they don't really overextend that much. But yeah, oh my god, another sad dream for me as Fanny will be banned once again. Now going to the side of Valhalla, Elpida would be banning Chip, and I think that is Lucas.
I think that's Lucas too. I mean, they all look the same to me, but yeah, the chip is getting thrown out of that table. I mean, he was quite a menace in the previous game, so I quite understand that. And this one, I'm not quite sure who the third ban of TL Valhalla is. But anyways, we're not going to be seeing them in the picking phase. And this is where this is going to get exciting. TL Valhalla did not pick a marksman on their previous game. And it looks like Elpida will be taking that Sicilian for themselves. I mean, securing it as their first pick. So I guess this is really important to them. But TL Valhalla will be responding back with a Kalia, which did not get banned, by the way, and as well as a Badang.
There we have it. Our first two picks from TL Valhalla, Badang and Kalia, to be followed by Elpida with Sicilian, of course. And the rest of these is still pretty much we're still pretty much waiting for that. But yeah, Alpida, yeah, they have to reply with something here. I think Kalia, one of the strong mages as well, they have to eliminate her. And really, with I think an assassin could help that, or continuous damage could probably help him as well. But yeah, for now, Alpida will be looking at CC. Oh my! Personally, I mean CC, but it's nice seeing CC right here in the games already. CC, of course, pretty much viable fighter, and again, it's just the damage just has to be there. For now, Elpida would be looking at a Granger for their third pick.
Excited to see the CC with her yo-yos, yo, going in for the side of Elpida. Why are you laughing? Don't laugh at me. But I'm quite excited for the Granger as well. We on to the side of Elpida. Hopefully we can see a really good execution coming on from the side of Doctor. But towards the side of TL Valhalla, we're gonna see an Erythal on their side and a Hayabusa as well. So that's a lot of physical damage going on to their side, especially with the Badang and the Kalia as well with the magical damage. And so what they're lacking on their lineup is a really good tank or a really good support or a really good sustain. On the other hand, Elpida, they're still lacking two picks. Maybe Carmilla might get into the picture, but we'll see later on.
Yeah, definitely Hayabusa with the fourth pick for the side of Valhalla. Oh, that is the ban. Yeah, I was kind of wondering too why the fourth a hero was already built. Anyways, a Hayabusa that will be banned, of course, to be followed by a Joy ban as well from the side of Elpida. And we'll be looking at, I think that's the last. I can't really see.
It's Lapu-Lapu, yung kababayan natin.
Oh, it's our hero.
It's kababayan na.
It's our kababayan. Anyways, yeah, Lapu-Lapu would be the final ban ready for the side of TL Valhalla, and Elpida would still be looking for the last ban.
Yeah. I'm excited to see who will they ban, who will they deny from Valhalla. I mean, Valhalla took a pick at Lapu-Lapu, fighter, and of course Hayabusa, an assassin. But on the side of Elpida, they did ban the Joy. I'm really wondering what they will ban for the last slot, and
That's
that's Suyu. I can't even see his face, but yeah, that's the banning phase done and dusted. I'm really excited to see how they'll fill up the rest of the gaps in their lineup.
Yeah, definitely. And with this, once again, of course, Valhalla would be waiting for their final picks right here. And yeah, for now, we'll just be chilling. Definitely for CC, the Sicilian, and the Granger, the damage is already there. We just need some durability and some crowd control for Elpida, and they're good to go. Valhalla, on the other hand, they would also need a little bit
Ooh.
of that assassin, which, yeah, there we have it, Ling, to finally be able to take that one, and waiting for the final pick later on. I guess Valhalla just needs that tank.
Yeah, I definitely agree. They do need a tank, and I love the mobility that the Ling has to offer around the map. And so with that, I'm really excited to see how they'll fill up that last slot. But of course, on the side of Elpida, that is a Hylos. I don't think they'll be doing a Gatot Gacha Hylos combo here because CC's already filled up, I think, for the fighter. And of course, the Granger for could be a jungler, but what do you think about this lineup? Fredrin and Granger.
Definitely, yeah. Well, Fredrin, the durability for Fredrin is there. So we're just gonna have to, witness it later on to be paired up with Hylos. They're usually more on the solid side. Valhalla, on the other hand, they have the damage, they have the mage, they have the Ling, they have the assassin, and they have Badang as the fighter. Would probably be looking for a possible, I don't know, crowd control. Wait, we're still looking at it now because I can't really, I don't really have an idea on which will be which will be shown. Okay, that's Savior once again. I mean, if it's not broken, why fix it? So yeah, a Savior will still complete the roster once again. The damage is quite there, and I think Valhalla will be going in for a maximum damage output from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, the two fighters will probably be fine, or unless they put Badang as like the roamer, but that's something that's gonna be really exciting. I mean, this is a pretty good lineup for both sides. I don't really have any bets just yet. It's all gonna be about the execution on how they play their cards, right? How they communicate with their team and basically have their eyes on the objectives. But once again, match point going on to the side of TLF Valhalla. Whether or not they win, they'll be moving on to the next bracket. And all the while, if Elpida does win, then we'll be pushing on to game number 3. And either way, it's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, but here we are into the land of Dawn once again. TIL Valhalla with a 1 point already. The point advantage going to their team. Elpida, on the other hand, would still be needing 2 more points. Now, the game's still pretty much balanced at this point. And yeah, so we can't really expect a lot of action going on the top side because CC is going to rely on his farm, a little bit of the damage, but nothing much will happen just yet.
Nothing happening just yet, and might be a potential invade, but I don't think that's gonna happen just yet. There's 4 people on the side of Elpida hovering around the mid lane, and I think in the bottom lane there's possibly perhaps a chase happening.
They're chasing him down at the bottom lane. Yeah.
Yeah, and oh well, there's also the top lane. There's a lot of drama coming in for the Land of Dawn. Heist is taking a lot of damage, but they're running back into their turret. Oh my gosh! Red X gets slain. That was a 4 versus 2. Shizuku's a little bit late in that part.
Red X would have to sacrifice himself right there just to save Heist from being eliminated. But right here, they're already starting with their games, and they're pretty, they want the fights.
Team hero has been
Oh my
They
god,
definitely want to
Venom.
fight. And Cam gets away with their lives, unfortunately, for the side of TAL Valhalla.
Yeah, for now, we'll be back into the game. Lev will be trying to inflict the damage into Shizuku and will find a solo elimination. That is really what is good about CC is because the damage is really constant. So when you're being just attacked by CC, especially with her ultimate, then it's just really difficult for you to deal it with. But for now, the turtle will be up for grabs for both of these teams, and they're probably just trying to zone them out from each other.
I mean, Red X just scouting the area. That goes the same with Cam as well. These two teams, they both want vision on the turtle. It looks like Elpida will be starting on that. Levenom, they don't have the buffs yet, but Elpida is gonna be quite ahead. But it looks like we're gonna be seeing Levenom steal that turtle away. And Red X is quite low on health. Will he be the sacrifice on the side of TL Valhalla? It looks like he'll be getting away with their lives. Cam giving the chase. Death. Overextending. Is that an overextend? 4 versus 4 on the red buff of TL Valhalla. Red X will be falling down by the hands of Lev. Will that be the last casualty? It might not be the case. Levenom is very low on health and Lev finishes them off.
Lev could actually be able to turn this one around for the side of Elpida, being the key player right here for their team. So far, TL Valhalla has already being able to face this threat, which really, again, could be very difficult to deal with in the later stages of the game. But I think right now, they've spotted Doctor down.
Yep, and this is a potential 2 versus 1. Heist is half health. Doctor's just minding their own business, but Cam might going towards the bottom lane, rotating there. I think they're cooking something up. There's about almost 4 players on the side of Elpida rotating to the end, but rotating to the bottom part. But TAL Valhalla is nowhere to be seen. So
Yeah, for now, I'm Cam and just wait scouting this area right here. However, on the Valhalla side, they're just really getting those prioritizing those objectives right here, but it catches them off guard, possibly be able to run away. Now Asteria also with Doctor could be looking for possible response right here. Red X on the other hand just scouting for some possible assassinations while the turtle is spawning in less than 10 seconds.
it was nice damage coming in from Doctor, and it looks like they have pretty good items so far. Towards the bottom lane, of course, the turtle will be the hot topic. Red X quite low on health, but that sustain is sustaining. Doctor loses their lives, and that goes the same with Red X as well. I mean, tank versus carry, that's not a really good trade-off, but of course, 4 versus 3. TAL Valhalla pushes back because this isn't a good look for them so far. 63 on the scoreboard. It's not looking good for TL Valhalla.
Definitely. I mean, that was a really important move for Red X to take down a Doctor. But, their key player right here is Lev. And with Lev trying already, getting those skills, snowballing already, Death was also able to help him and get that turtle away from TL Valhalla. So, again, we could really possibly look for a game 3 right here if Elpida maintains this momentum. Virus could be caught right here in a 1v4 scenario. He has no choice but run away. Oh, he's managed to juke that! Still being caught in a fight. Virus will fight inside this turret right here. But I guess the turret will be given up.
Yeah, that was a 3 versus 1. I think Virus was just pretty much giving that tower away. There's not much that they can do. But TL Valhalla invading the blue buff of Elpida, and I think Elpida is not gonna be happy about that. Shizuku's quite low on health. 4 versus 3 potentially. I mean, they could give a chase to Shizuku, but I don't think Elpitas are really prioritizing it all that much. They catch Red X with the skill of Cecilian going down and out really fast. Lots of sustain, but in the end, Red X doesn't actually survive that virus as well, and Shizuku falls. That'll be the third on the side of TL Valhalla, and now all eyes on the top turret lane. Lev loses their lives. Heist gets a double kill before getting shut down by the doctor, and with that, I mean, the trade-offs, that is a 2-4. TL Valhalla quite in the deficit.
Definitely, and for now, LP that could possibly be looking for a game number 3 right here. Levenom, on the other hand, would be taking, of course, another objective, and Levenom would be trying to take them down, chasing them down. Doctor as well, considering the damage, but that's still very low now. Oh, there we have it.
Yeah, there we have it. We're seeing another turtle dance. 4. Am actually make that 5 on the side of TL Valhalla. Elpida is rotating into the area. Redix will once again fall. The first Doctor is catching all those kills, but will that be the last kill? It looks like TL Valhalla will be pushing themselves back, will be backing away and conceding that turtle towards Elpida.
Yeah, definitely. And with that starts the movement right here. The tempo really is siding towards Elpida. And, looking at the gold lead right here, Elpida is just really widening this. Valhalla, will have to do something right here in order to take this away from Elpida. But so far, it really is looking good for the side of Valhalla. On the other hand, Elpida is just, playing this one very carefully, not overextending, just trying their best not to not to be too greedy, because maybe Valhalla could turn this one around. But yeah, so far so good. They have spotted, they've recognized each other, but that's just it for now. Oop. Venom will find one, trying to look for the second one right here. I mean, the only hope right here for Valhalla is Venom.
Yeah, and they have to take care of the carries, but 4 versus 4 towards the jungle of the Valhalla, towards the river actually. Red X, will they be falling first? Yep, that is tank to tank. Going on, losing their lives would be Red X, and of course Doctor. She got eliminated off quite early on, and so Elpida didn't have much damage to go with.
Yeah, definitely, and with that in mind, I mean, wow. The Elpida right here is just really expanding, and they're not planning to give a chance to TL Valhalla. And with that in mind, again, Valhalla could be possibly looking at another disadvantage right here.
I mean, there we have it in the mid lane. It's a little bit of a mess, but in the end, it's TL Valhalla will be losing 2 members. Nasteria on the side of Elpida, and Leave will be falling as well. Red X, finally, the third person to die, but Death? Will he be meeting that? That's the question, but it looks like they'll be getting away with their lives.
Yeah, definitely, it will be cutting away, of course, still another major point. But no, look at it, the gold lead right here. TL Valhalla seems to be catching up, back to my point. Venom could actually be the hope for TL Valhalla right here. He could turn this one around. And yeah, he is really playing this one carefully. He's trying to just farm and maybe come back later on, and that's why we can't really see a lot of momentum on the side of TL Valhalla. But yeah, also looking at Elpida, it really is looking good for them, because if they get the Lord right here, they could end this one and they could move to game number 3. And yet the Lord is already started by the side of Elpida. On the other hand, Levenom just behind them, waiting for the steal, but Cam is already zoning them out.
Oh my gosh, TL Valhalla, this is do or die, and slowly but surely Elpida is losing their lives, but first of all will be Asteria from the side of Elpida. Next is Cam, next is Red X. That is a 2-1. Actually, make that a 3-1 trade-off. TL Valhalla comes by, steals the Lord from Elpida's hands, and with that, that's just a little breather for the side of TL Valhalla. I mean, with 3 people down Elpida, it's just a little bit of room to breathe.
Definitely, and now that TL Valhalla has the chance, especially looking at the gold lead, they are currently leading. And 12-16, they're slowly coming back, especially that they have the Lord. This is their chance right here to take this one back. And while they're gonna be pushing towards the mid, the bot is also being applied pressure on.
And with that, the mid lane is a bit of a mess right now. The Lord is just doing its job, but in the end, Alpida loses so much health. Valhalla, they're actually coming through. They're putting a lot of pressure towards Alpida, but I think this is gonna be a tactical pause coming in from one of these teams, and
Can we switch to a different?
yeah. Yeah, all right. We'll be coming back into the beautiful faces of me and Mike, and of course, that was a pretty good tactical pause. It was such an exciting part of the game, and just to break that momentum, that was pretty smart of them.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Valhalla, on the other hand, they were already getting back on their feet, and props to Levenom really for taking his time, and he really just went into farm, and then when he got back already, when he bought those items, he was ready to fight, and he really delivered for his team. LP, on the other hand, we also have CC for their one of their key players because they were able to snowball.
And honestly, I thought Valhalla was gonna fall off there, but they turned the tables around, especially ever since the Lord battle, and I'm really happy to see that. But I'm really excited to see what's gonna happen next because they paused the game. What did the backend say? I didn't quite catch that, but yeah, basically the game was paused. Yeah, we can resume absolutely. But I don't think the players are saying yes just yet. So, uh, okay, it looks like we'll be going on to a break. That's what the voices from above say. So, guys, we'll be seeing you in a few minutes.
getting that kill.
Yeah, I love that chase that Shizuku just did back then. And I'm really excited to see how the rest of this game will play out. It looks like CC from the bottom lane is kind of overextending a bit. That's Hayabusa coming in and kind of like chasing CC down, and they're slowly losing health, but Matilda also comes to the rescue, so of course they're backing away as well. And yes, all eyes on the turtle once again. The turtle has spawned. It's up for the taking. And so far, in terms of map control, it's actually going on to the favor of Teal Valhalla. But Lev is hovering as well. It looks like Death will be joining the fray and stealing the turtle, actually. That's absolutely crazy. I mean, Alpida, they have one more turtle on their side, and it looks like we're going on to a pause again. And I would like to hear the back end. What should we do?
I think so. For now, since we're gonna be heading on to another pause, at the second
Yeah.
time, of course, we would be heading on later as we fix things up. And now we're gonna be heading on to a short break.
Sam, where do you live? I will. Unpaused. I don't know if you guys heard us crashing out, but yeah, basically we're back in the game. 4 versus 4 towards the top part of the river. And it looks like Teal Valhalla isn't really gonna try to engage here, but Cam is definitely scouting the area, trying to see if they can get some potential pickoffs. But towards the mid lane, it might get a little bit messy. There's a 3 from the side of Valhalla, 4 the side of Elpida. And there's someone from LP that's kind of overextending cams, slowly losing their life. But of course, this is Carmilla we're talking about. That's a lot of a sustain on their side. But all the while, it looks like Teal Valhalla is a little bit early to the party, especially since there's still 1 minute left before that turtle will spawn. But nonetheless, they have an early rotation into the area, and they have that map control that's just gonna help them just a little bit. But and everything else, I mean, everyone's just kind of farming as of now.
Definitely. And for now, since we're gonna be, of course, in this game, kinda wait, what? 17k gold for Valhalla and 16k gold for Pida in just 6 minutes. Okay. Anyways, the game right here would be back into it. Cam would be eliminated. Asteria running away from the team, but the stuns, the crowd control, everything is just happening at the same time. Doctor and Death going in with her duo combo. Heist running away, and now would not be able to inflict those damage.
That was some beautiful damage. You saw that red health bar just getting sliced like butter. That's absolutely crazy. But towards the top lane, looks like Harith is a little bit of trouble. They're all alone in the top lane, and the turtle is being started on by Teal Valhalla. But slowly but surely, Elpida is gonna go ahead and crowd towards the top part of the river. Maybe I mean, they can't quite start on the turtle just yet. I think their jungler is still on the way, but over here it looks like both of these teams are vying for that turtle, and whether or not which among these two teams will get that turtle, we're going to be finding out really soon. But it looks like Elpida will be starting on that.
Definitely for now, here we have it. The crowd control once again. Levenom will claim down Lev, looking for more. Virus takes down Cam, and Levenom will take the turtle for the side of TL Valhalla. It is looking good for them as Doctor is on the run, trying to avoid him. Death, however, would be knocking his heart and would take him down, and that would just be it. Death would be running away. Asteria doing the same thing once again. And yeah, here we have it. The momentum right here is going to the side of TL Valhalla, especially that they're pushing towards the middle. The middle has that wave pressure. Top has the wave pressure.
everything is really going for the side of TIL Valhalla.
Yes, and towards the red buff of Elpida, it looks like this is a 3 versus 4 for the buff. Buff is stolen towards the side of Dil Valhalla. Not looking good for Elpida. There's a lot of pressure going on towards the blue side. So right now, Dil Valhalla, they do have the gold lead. Cam gets caught into Sicilian's skill, and that's kind of like that's like a kind of ironic, Carmilla and Cecilian being on opposite sides. But yes, we're watching right now the top part of the river. Looks like there's a lot of people from the side of Til Valhalla just hovering around, and Elpida's kind of clustered towards the mid lane. But in the end, I don't think there's much gonna happen. They're just poking each other, trying to see, if someone can potentially get picked off, potentially get punished. But for now, we're just waiting for something to happen.
Yeah, with TAL Valhalla, they really respected the potential for Elpida right here. So, after they got their objectives, they didn't really go and overextend. They just, identified their locations, and they're not really planning to go and to push. And, it's just gonna be that Virus will spot left down, and, again, they will not be taking any aggression right here, especially that they have the upper hand.
Yep. And we're just waiting on the decision of Teal Valhalla because so far they're doing quite well, and now they have the map control to go and get started with the Lord. But the question is, will Elpida attempt try to steal the Lord? I mean, 11 is getting it started, and that damage is just enough to kind of solo it. But Cam is getting balls. He tries to steal the Lord, but unfortunately, she dies before that ever happens. And with that, Teal Valhalla takes 2 down from the side of Elpida. And
Oh my
how
god,
in the
Heist.
world will you defend your
Heist.
base?
The damage from Heist, that was insane. Oh my god, the damage and the attack speed, that was just really insane. I can't comprehend it. But yeah, we have it. The second third from the bottom side will be taken down. The side of Elvida, middle will also follow up. The Lord is pushing from the top side every direction. There is just waves and minions everywhere, and they're even clearing up the next waves from the side of Elvida as to not be disturbed by the pushing Lord at the top side.
I mean, I just saw the one hit of the Sicilian just crunch down on the HP bar of the players of Elpida. That's absolutely crazy. It looks like towards the Lord, maybe Til Valhalla will try to initiate.
Definitely, and the damage is there. The third will be destroyed. Oh, there we have it. Still trying to fight back right here. Lev still trying to sustain as well, and would probably still be alive. Doctor being caught by the crowd control a little bit more before he gets taken down, but he still managed to keep himself alive. And that would just be it. They would be able to delay the push of TIL Valhalla.
And yeah, Elpida, they had a lot of sustain, which allowed them to kind of defend their base for this long. But what Elpida should really be worried about is staying alive. Because when you're dead, you can't defend your base. You can't defend against this Steel Valhalla putting on so much pressure against their base. And so with that, it looks like Elpida does get the idea. They're not going out of their base. They're not trying to go solo, trying to see if they can get those pickoffs. They are kind of prioritizing protecting their base, and it looks like Virus is gonna try to go ahead and poke the players of Elpida, and of course Elpida isn't gonna fall for that. They just want to clear these minion waves, and of course the turret from the bottom lane has already fallen, so I think Phil Valhalla might try to use that a weak point to their advantage, but for now they're just gonna have to wait for the minion waves in order to help them out in pushing.
Definitely, and with that, they're gonna be slowly just taking this wave right here and pushing it, really applying that pressure while waiting for the Lord to spawn. Now, less than 30 seconds remaining on the clock before the Lord will spawn and before they can take them down. But yeah, that's just gonna be it. They're gonna be pushing and applying this wave pressure while Elpida will try to farm and really just get those items before they can try to fight back. But it's 11k gold gap right here for both of these teams. It's almost just too impossible for them to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, what Elpida can do right now is focus on the minions, focus on getting that map control back on their side. But it's gonna be a little hard, especially with Til Valhalla starting on the Lord once again, and they're not letting Elpida breathe at all. Looking at the minions, obviously on the side of Til Valhalla, they're just putting a lot of pressure on Elpida, never letting any of these lanes go back to Til Valhalla's side. And with that, you can even take a look at the towers on the red side. You could practically use it for the next game. But of course, Elpida, they're doing quite well in terms of defense. They're not sacrificing their players needlessly, and they're just trying to focus on their survivability and perhaps get those items as much as possible in order to have a chance against Til Valhalla later on.
Definitely, and they're just trying to get that down, but it does look like Heist will take down a third right here for the top side. Levenon following up, taking down Doc, and now Def will follow up as well. The last member, Asteria and Lev, finally saying goodbye, as now DIL Valhalla will be moving on to the semifinals.
That was a wipeout towards the end, and that just helped Til Valhalla grab that victory towards the end. And well, that was great. That was great execution coming on from the side of Til Valhalla on both games. To say the least. And of course, both teams actually did quite well, but in the end, the execution really tilted towards the end of Til Valhalla. So congratulations once again for moving on to the next bracket.
Yeah, there we have it. TIL Valhalla will be moving, of course, to the semifinals lower bracket. And of course, Elpida still a very, very good match. Still, congratulations to all of you. I mean, TIL Valhalla, they you really gave them also a hard time. But I mean, Valhalla in the end they were able to win, but still, they really put on a challenge for them, and that really just sets that apart. But yeah, there we have it. Our first team right here. That's gonna be TIL Valhalla moving on to the first, actually the first team for the semi lower brackets right here. Of course, MVL Esport and Elpida Esports will be battling it out in the quarterfinals to move to the lower semi bracket finals, semifinals bracket. But yeah, I think that's just it. And I mean, again, very interesting games. And yeah, I mean, are we gonna be witnessing match number 4 right here?
I think we'll be going on to a break for now. So, just
Okay.
for the back end to kind of prepare stuff, we'll be seeing you guys in a few minutes. So stay tuned. So I'm really excited to see what MVL and Elpida will be like in their banning phase.
Yeah, definitely excited to see that, really. And for these players right here, MVL and Elpida, I'm really just excited. I mean, we could possibly see a game number three right here, but based on what I've seen from previous games, only the first match really went into a three-game series. I mean, hopefully we could still see some potential plays, but maybe ending in a 2-0 would also be, maybe a good thing for any of these teams to win. But I guess right here for MVL and Elpida, I think Florin will be banned first. I think that's Florin, right? Will be banned from the side of uh, MVL, and here from the side of Elpida will be Lucas.
And so we're gonna be seeing our first few bans, and of course, a lot of these heroes are gonna be off the table. That includes Joy as well on the side of MVL, and so there's still a lot of kind of lineups that are available to be picked on the table. And on the side of both MVL and Elpida, I think, yeah, a lot of them are kind of siding on the part of the supports. And so I don't know if we're going to be seeing this kind of trend amongst the other teams as well. I mean, supports are pretty important, and some of their skills are pretty much a make and break on the game. So I totally understand that they banned them out, and I didn't quite catch. That is, my God, I keep
Suyu
forgetting
once
his
again.
name. Suyu once again getting banned on the side of Elpida.
And banning Joy right here from the side of MVL. I mean, Joy is I only saw them one time though. Personally, Joy is really nice. I mean, you really get a lot of those skills with the Joy. You just have to hit. You just have to not miss your skills right here, and when you do, they can really just keep dashing from anywhere. Anyways, third ban from the side of MVL would be Badang. Elpida also stopping their bans right here with Ajushin.
And with that completes our first banning phase. And for the first picking phase, of course, Kalia on the side of MVL, they did not get banned out, and so MVL definitely took their chance and put them on their first priority pick. And now the question remains, what will Elpida respond with? I mean, they have two potential picks, and then we saw what kind of picks they took on the previous game. Maybe they'll get another Cecilia, and who knows? Yep, I predicted. I didn't expect to be right, but yes, once again, we're seeing a Sicilian on the side of Elpida. And whether or not they pair that with a Carmilla, that's a possibility. But in the previous game, the Carmilla did go to the opposing team. So, I wonder how they'll play this out.
Yeah, Sicilian being picked for the side of Elpida, and MVL with their Kalia pick as their support. And yeah, I mean, Elpida would be locking in with, oh my god, a Matilda would help them with their fights, especially with a Sicilian combo. Yeah, it is looking good so far for the side of Elpida.
So, Matilda, I mean, I see Matilda getting banned a lot, but not as much now as before. But definitely, Matilda is someone that you don't want on the opposing team. And Elpida got that Matilda locked in with that Matilda on their side alongside with that Sicilian. So that's pretty much the support and the mid laner of Elpida secured. And I'm just wondering how MVL will respond to that. And with that, we're seeing a Tigreal. So they do have a proper kind of typical tank from like ranked games. And of course, we'll also be seeing a Beatrix.
Yeah, definitely a Beatrix for their marksman right here, a Tigreal for their tank, and the Kalia for their support, which I think would be needing more maybe a fighter and assassin, or maybe an assassin mage and a fighter, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, Alpida would be looking at here for their last pick for now, for their third pick before we move on to the rest of the banning, and that's gonna be Alpha. Okay, one of the key players as well, key heroes that will be used right here from the side of Alpida Esports.
So we have the Alpha for I believe probably the XP lane for the side of Elpida, and of course MVL. They also have their picks as well. A little bit worried about the fact that we have a support and a tank, but maybe they'll put the Kalia on the fighter. But I'm not sure what MVL is planning to do with that, but that's up to them. And for the Tigreal, however, we do see that in the big competitions, in the official MLBB competitions. So I'm excited to see how they'll execute that. On the other hand, Alpida, of course, we did talk about the Sicilian and the Matilda combo, which is pretty good. And pair that up with Alpha as the XP lane. I'm really excited to see how they will choose perhaps their carry as well as their jungler.
Yeah, definitely. And for now, we would be looking at the fourth ban from MVL. That's gonna be Irithel, since Elpida still needs a marksman right here, which is a good ban. And Elpida will be banning Julian, just to especially that they're gonna be needing that assassin, and finalizing that ban with Lucas as well, since they're also gonna be needing a fighter. MVL on the other hand would be banning Abada.
Some pretty typical meta picks, especially on the pro scene, and of course, Alpida will be answering their support with a Cho. Of course, they do need their carry, so I believe that will be their last pick. They can pretty much choose anything, maybe a Moskov, perhaps, or I don't know, maybe a Harith as well. But of course, it will be MVL's turn to choose a carry. I mean, no, they have Beatrix. They'll be choosing a mid laner and a jungler as well. So I'm really excited to see what they'll play that with. And so with that, considering the bans, considering Elpida's picks, I don't really have any guesses, but I think anything will do fine.
Wait, I kind of want to see a Fanny game right here. So MVL could use a Fanny. Oh, never mind. It's gonna be a Lunox and a Leomord. Yeah, that's gonna be it. The Lunox, the Mage, and the Fighter right here. Beatrix would be their marksman, their gold laner, and yeah, Elpida would be finalizing a pick. Would probably be a marksman. Could be a Granger. Could be a Moskov. I'm thinking. What about you? What do you think?
Yeah, I really want to see a Moskov, but I could be wrong as well. There's still other marksmen, maybe a Granger perhaps if they put them on the gold lane. LP that's kind of taking a while, but there's a lot of possibilities. I mean, any marksman will do, but can't really remember which marksman they chose last time, and well, it's none of the above.
It's gonna be locked in as the last pick for this game number one, of course, for a side of Elpida. Once again, we have a Clint, a Matilda, Chu, Sicilian, and Alpha. For the side of MVL, we have our Kalia, Leomord, Tigreal, Ludox, and Beatrix.
And it seems pretty well rounded, and I'm really excited to see how these two teams will execute their lineup. I mean, we saw how Elpida played previously, but on the other hand, wait a minute. I feel like Elpida, is that a different lineup? I'm not quite sure, but yes, MVL will definitely be something new, and I'm really excited to see, especially how they'll execute this Tigreal, how they'll execute that Beatrix, because so far this will be the first time we'll be seeing this in this competition.
Yeah, definitely. And now we're here at the land of Dawn. Still, the rest of MPL are just really trying to get that farm in, but Kazakhs from Elpida Esports are trying to proxy the wave, being caught by three of them down before he tries to move away from the turret.
And I think everyone else is just kind of going with their farms with Kami, Sicilian, quite low on mana and health, and so they'll have to do a recall to really get a lot of their possible farming. But then almost died, Tigreal and everybody, literally Tigreal and everybody, they don't have much damage, so I'm sure they weren't actually trying to do anything funny, but yeah, I mean, that was a potential engagement, but it's a good thing none of them kind of really committed to that.
Definitely, and for now, still gonna be respecting each other's boundaries right here.
They will not be overextending just yet. They will probably be waiting for the turtle before they can start some engagements. But yeah, other than that, nothing's gonna happen. Elpida Esports are already starting to position themselves near the turtle.
And in the mid lane, it's actually the king who will be getting that kill. And whether or not someone else will fall in the mid lane, I don't think that's gonna happen because MVL Esports, they know better than to lose more of their players. So they're backing down, and I guess that's pretty much conceding the turtle towards Elpida Esports.
Yeah, and definitely for now,
Oh,
they seem to have been expanding their invasion right here. But yeah, FIDA, they tried to go in for a dive, but it will not work just yet. However, on the turtle side, they could be trying to get this one out of their bags. And if here, Cho already going in for the knockoff to be followed by Kalia's help as well. Sicilian will also get killed. Leomore trying to follow them up as well, and Evan Hammer as the alpha would be going in that one. Still, the gold lead is pretty much tied up for both of these teams.
that was an amazing execution going on to the side of Velpida Esports. So far, not that much of a significant gold lead, but I think they're trying to cook something up towards the gold lane. This is a potential 2 versus 3, but then again, Leo Mord and Lunox is quite nearby as well. If MBL Esports needed backup, they can kind of just have a one call away kind of situation. But of course, everyone's just going back to their farms, going back to their minions, going back to their last hits. But something suspicious happening in the mid lane. There's a lot of players from Elpida Esports congregating, and of course, Tigril as well as Matilda are in the bush.
Oop, there we have it. The king gets everybody down. Oppenheimer could be following the up as well. Low on health, one more hit. And now Siri will take him down. Now Kami and Isaac left with no choice but to move back and regroup with his teammates.
3-3 on the scoreboard. I mean, we're looking at the goal deficits. It's not that significant. I mean, it's only like 100 in a difference. 300 right now, and I mean, we're just kind of waiting for the scales to tip. Maybe it'll happen in the mid lane right now.
Definitely, and another fight is coming on around here. The
Ooh.
king could be actually assassinated already, but Siri still will be eliminated for now. The king makes it out alive with low HP remaining, but someone dives from the side of MPL Esports. He goes
Yeah,
with the rest of them trying to help them down. Yeah, there we have it, pretty much spread out with all of them.
I mean, that was pretty amusing to watch. Actually, I saw the Lunox was very, very close to death. They got away with their ultimate, but Cecilian calculated where she would respawn so well. That skill just hit just right. The timing was just right. I mean, if there was a highlights thing on this event, it would surely be there. But then that was such a clean cut engagement. But over here in the top lane, I think we're gonna be seeing an engagement as well.
Definitely with that instinct, we'll take one down to be followed by Siri. Oppenheimer, it's gonna be a double kill for Siri. Now just chasing them down, the low HP and the triple kill from Siri.
And there's only one person left on the side of Elpida Esports. I mean, the tables turned. And I mean, it's quite unfortunate for the side of Elpida Esports, but then again, you win some, you lose some. It's 7-5 on the scoreboard. Not much of a big difference, but I think in the mid lane, MVL Esports will be backing down. They know better than to kind of keep on overextending. 5 people on the side of Elpida Esports pushing towards the mid lane, and of course, you know, Beatrix is still on the gold lane, trying to see if they can get some minions in the bag. And of course, everyone's just going back to their farms. It's still 81 seconds to the next turtle. So everyone's just prioritizing kind of getting the minions on their side. But I think there's a tower dive towards the bottom lane.
Isaac still makes it out alive with a flicker in hand and moves back, but in doing so, he would probably pay with his first turret. But while that was happening, we also see a turret being destroyed on the top side from the side of ML Esports, and the wave would come crashing in. towards the second one.
And it looks like something's happening in the blue buff as well.
Instinct being caught by the knockup. Kha'Zix will take him down. And that's just gonna be another casualty for down to the hand being chasing down as well. And the red team is gonna be LPDA Esports pushing already to this one since they're gonna probably have an advantage from here on out.
Yeah, and with that, Alpida Esports are slowly but surely, I mean, they're taking control over the map if you just take a look at where the minions are. But in terms of kills, in terms of the scoreboard, we're seeing a 7-6. And in terms of gold lead as well, is not much of a difference. But I think someone's about to lose their lives. Nope, MVL knows when to back away and when to fight. And is the question right now, is MVL going to start the fight? The king comes in. Will they use the ultimate?
King.
Will someone fall? It's the king who will fall first.
Yes, Instinct to be followed up as well. Very low health remaining. Sirity also following that up. Make a kill, however, but shut down from Isaac Foster. Tries to look for another potential targets, but Isaac Foster with the damage could be potentially getting that more advantage right here, especially that they're gonna be ganking him down. Low HP remaining, he still manages to run away from that one. However, the minions will be pushed towards the second turret and would probably be going in for the turtle right here.
Now, I know MVL Esports, they lost a lot of players on their side, but the good thing is Beatrix is fine, and that's your carry right there. You have to protect that one player, and I think, speaking of protecting, the turtle will be taken and there's a skirmish in there.
Another knock up, another damage. Oppenheimer takes one down, looking for more. Instinct will take him down with a 1v1 trade. Kha'Zix, however, it's just gonna be a lot of these trades coming in. And that would just be it. They will not be overextending and they would probably try to end this game as fast as possible.
Yes, I would really love it if one of these teams will end this game as fast as possible. But in terms of statistics, they're actually kind of equal. They're just trading kills after kills. And no one is really tipping the scales, even in terms of gold. I mean, this gold deficit, this gold lead is just about 2k. And the scoreboard's 11-12. And we're still 8 minutes in. Of course, that turtle is gonna go ahead and the Lord is gonna spawn in about a minute, and everyone's just taking position. I mean, LPDA Esports are all hovering around the mid lane. Everyone's just trying to see if they can get a pick off. They're waiting for the right moment to strike. They're pushing the minions towards their favor, and so with that, let's just wait what's gonna happen.
Definitely. So for now, we're gonna be heading on to a little bit of the damage still. But yeah, pretty much the teams are pretty much just divided against each other. On the other hand, however, LPDA Esports 2 is just guarding the middle in order for it not to be pushed. And you know, MLBB Esports will lose one more tower at the bot side, and yeah, I think they're gonna be chasing them down.
Chasing will be happening, but unfortunately, it's not gonna result into an engagement until now.
There we have it. Just a little bit of that poke, not finalizing just yet. But yes, they will be zoning that one out and trying their best not to give the objective towards them. And yeah, I mean, very easy right here. Still gets the damage down. The knockup follows up, and now going in for the damage. Isaac Foster gets another one, and they're just chasing them down. Could possibly lead to a fast end right here, and they're just again cleaning and reaping the fruits of the labor.
LPDA Esports managed to get the mid lane and the bottom lane to their side, but they gotta pay attention to the top lane. If they're not careful, someone might do a little sneaky, you know, if you know what I mean. But Cho is to the rescue, and I just commend LPDA Esports for their map awareness, because if this were a normal ranked game and you were solo queuing, I'm so pretty sure there would be a Z-Long trying to push the top lane right there. But of course, we do have the Lord on the side of LPDA Esports going in the mid lane, and MVL Esports knows better than to try and look for a needless engagement, a needless team fight. And so with that, looks like LPDA Esports, they have a plan on the lower part of the lane, while MVL Esports is busy trying to deal with the Lord. But it looks like Fido was trying to start an engagement, but Elpida Esports wasn't about to fall for that. They have their eyes on the prize, they have their eyes on the turrets, and that's exactly what they're gonna come for.
Yeah, definitely. And the Lord as well will be taken down. For now, however, they will be pushing towards the top side right here. The blast will be activated, and once again, they're gonna be pushing this one, trying to remove the turret. But it's really grim right here for side of MPL Esports, as with no choice, they will only have to fight.
Yeah, this is pretty much like a base hugging kind of situation for the side of MVL Esports, especially since Alpida Esports is really getting that map control onto their side. MVL Esports, they cannot afford to lose any of their players. They need to focus on farming. They need to focus on pushing the minions away from their base. But on the other hand, Alpida Esports, they're kind of doing quite well. They're just looking for this one big engagement.
Definitely, the knockup follows up. Fida gets a kill on Kami. But yeah, look at the back lane right here. He chases them down. Low health remaining. He still makes it out alive. Fida, on the other hand, would be very low and would probably be running away from the rest of Elpida Esports. They're claiming them down like bounty. And now, here we have another chance for MPL Esports to turn this one around.
I mean, on both sides, on both teams, MVL and Elpida, there were a lot of players very low on health, and still both of them backed down. Both of them didn't want to risk losing any of their players in such a crucial time, especially since the Lord is going to be respawning in about 30 seconds. And so with that, map control is a bit equalizing, and of course, a lot of the turrets are going against the side of MVL. But in terms of securing the area where the Lord is, definitely Elpida Esports has a head start on that. But whether or not MVL Esports will try to contest that, I mean, they have the minions pushed towards the center, so they could try. But it's still a little bit risky on the side of MVL Esports, especially since, you know, Elpida Esports has the advantage of taking down most of their turrets already.
Yeah, definitely, and they could be pushing towards this one, but the Lord Isaac Foster will take that one down, giving them more chance right here to take game number one in the hands of Elpida Esports. And you know, looking at this once again, I mean, definitely they're just waiting for the Lord right here. They're just pushing these waves, and yeah, just looking for the perfect opportunity to go for the strike.
Yep. It's a waiting game, and that Lord has yet to spawn with the next minion wave, and I think that's gonna be coming in on the lower, on the bottom lane rather. And of course, MVL Esports, they're doing the same defensive plan. Stay in the base, stay alive, and don't needlessly engage with the enemy. And on the other hand, Albita Esports, they don't have to worry about the lower lane. That's pretty much used as a distraction. All they have to do is kind of push all the other lanes towards their favor, towards the base of MVL Esports, and that's exactly what they're doing. Whether or not they'll be trying to engage against MVL Esports, that might go to their advantage, but I feel like they're respecting MVL Esports in terms of engagements. I mean, they're quite equal, I mean, in terms of damage and in terms of like teamwork, so definitely they don't want to needlessly engage into team fights with them.
Yeah, definitely, but right here Fida tries to go for that damage, but Kha'Zix also zoning them out. The Lord will be destroyed, the waves already been cleared, but he goes for the engage.
Whoa!
No, it's gonna be like that. Goes in for the engage and goes for the kills. Instinct taking one of them down. It's just gonna be 2 for 1 member right here, and that's just gonna be it. Pretty much, MVL Esports still have the chance to win this game number 1.
I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Elpida Esports, they're respecting MVL Esports. They know that even though the map control is on their side, they know that the damage coming in from their players is not a joke. I mean, looking at that scoreboard, it's quite equalized. So I think LPD Esports are trying to play it safe. They're trying to play on the objectives, and with that, I think LPD Esports is trying to start to initiate a fight. But on the other hand, both of these teams are gonna go back down because once again, eyes on the prize. The Lord is going to respawn in half a minute, and you can't afford to lose any players in such a crucial time.
And for now, they're gonna be clearing these waves. FPL Esports after an attempt of really just farming the waves that are crashing in from the side of Elpida Esports. They have managed to buy a lot of these items, probably even a full build. But yeah, despite that, they're also pushing. Elpida Esports are also pushing different lanes into the base just to have that chance to fight back. But Cerity will be eliminated for now, and it's just gonna be 4 members remaining. They're gonna be trying to fight back. Catches Isaac Foster with the ulti from the Tigreal. He will have to move back
Ooh.
to inflict that damage, and they're just chasing him down the shutdown from Instinct, taking him down. But that's just gonna be at the last member. That's gonna be Beatrix with no choice. What can you even do? That is just a marksman, a gold laner against a
Oh,
team of 4.
I mean, if I were MVL Esports and I saw like 4 out of 5 players on my team just dead from that engagement, I'd be like, oh well, this is the end, and it definitely is the end. And with that, the victory, the first victory of this series will go to Elpida Esports. And now they're moving on to the match point. They did lose the first bracket that they were in, but if they get this next game in the bag, then they will be facing a rematch against the previous bracket's winner.
Definitely, and we have here our MVP with Kami, and you know, it really is interesting to see. I mean, we actually have a different roster right here for the side of Elpida Esports. And we do have new members right here with Kami, with Kha'Zix, everybody, Isaac Foster, Oppenheimer, and that's definitely it. So, Elpida Esports 1 point goes to their bag right here. Congratulations for MVL Esports as well with Beatrix as their MVP for this game, and of course, that is still game number one. They will have a chance. MVL Esports would have a chance to win game number two and maybe head on to a game number three. But Elpida Esports could be their moment into ending it as fast as they can, and in order to move to the semifinals. But of course, we will be with you later on as we will go on a short break.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Ooredoo Nation's Mobile Legends Bam Bang event. And of course, we did witness bracket number four's first game just a while ago, just a few minutes ago. And once again, we are your casters. My name is Annie and Mike is with me. And I'm sure we'll be starting real soon. So, what are your expectations so far, Mike?
Well, definitely. I mean, MVL Esports really put up the big fight. Elpida Esports did the same thing as well. But, I mean, if Elpida Esports can maintain their momentum and their tempo, they can really win game number two with ease. MVL, however, if they just really, if they can catch up to Elpida as soon as they can, then they also have the chance to win game number two and lead on to a game number three.
Yeah, definitely. Since the match point is going on to the side of Elpida, one more win. If they win this game, then they basically move on to the next part of the competition. But oh well, yeah, there we go. Elpida with the 1 point on the first pick side, and so with that, we're gonna expect maybe more or less the same kind of bans that we saw a while ago, and we did see Elpida. They had like similar picks as the previous bracket, but once again, it's all about um, they're gonna be adjusting to MVL's kind of strategy in the previous game. So with that, the first ban will be the Matilda, and MVL will be answering with the Florine.
Lauren. Okay, so they're gonna be focusing on the bans right here for the supports. And yeah, I mean, Florin is a good support. Matilda is as well, especially when they go on with their offensive strategies right here. But yeah, banning the supports really gives them that challenge for both of these teams.
And of course, Elpida will be answering with the Zushin ban as well. And of course, no matter where you look, whether competitive or just the normal normie rank games, you will see Zushin getting banned. But on the other hand, we do see I think this is Joy. I'm so sorry. Big Joy getting banned on the side of MVL as well. And Elpida will be answering with a Lucas ban. And so with that, of 5 heroes so far getting taken off the table, MVL will be getting that final ban as well before we start picking.
Yeah, definitely. And with that in mind, we are here already with, again, our bands Florin, Joy, Lucas, Zushin, and Melda. One more that's gonna be completing for now. It's gonna be Badang. Well, with Badang again, 6 bands already. So again, just by looking at it, only the so far it's been the meta picks that have been banned, and a little bit of those familiar ones that were used during the game number one were also banned. So I'm curious to see. Oh, there you have it. So getting used once again for the side of Elpida Esports, and they could probably be able to secure a fast win for this one. Just waiting for the MVL to reply with their picks as well. And yeah,
Yeah, basically. Elpida, they have this staple of just choosing Sicilian every single game. I'm pretty sure this was every single game practically. And I'm really curious to see how MVL will respond to that. And of course, they will be getting that Kalia because it has gotten banned. They're gonna get it on their side. And of course, they do have one more pick left, and that would be Vexana. Pretty good mage, lots of damage, and that really just depends on how the mid laner is going to execute this hero.
yeah, and the crowd control as well that she can give could probably help his team along the way for the side of MVL. Yeah, I mean, so far Elpida would be locking in with their final picks, Chu and Asuyu. Asuyu, a very, very strong core right here, an assassin, and also a Chu with durability as well. And of course, ending for now, the picks would be MVL's Alpha.
Alpha, we saw an alpha in previous game. We're gonna see an alpha once again. And I really like the picks of Elpida because, of course, the Cho can go ahead and pick off any of the damage dealers in the back end, in the backlines rather of MVL. And of course, the Sicilian, I bet that mid laner is gonna really comfortable with that with that pick, and so let's just give it to them. And of course, the Shuyo rather, it's a pretty good pick for a jungler. So pretty confident with Lupido. On the side of MVL, however, Vixana, very good damage as well. Alpha, of course, good choice for a fighter, and Nicalia, which is usually banned. We're gonna be seeing that on the side of MVL.
Yeah, definitely. And for now, while we're waiting for the rest of the bands right here, oh, definitely one already show for each team. I think that is Carmilla. Wait, is that right? Carmilla and
Yep,
Clint?
that's Carmelo.
Yeah. And a Clint from the side of MVL banning, of course, responding that towards Elpida because Elpida was really good when they were able to use the Clint. And with that in mind, I mean, that just gives them more options right here. Like maybe a Moskov or a Granger, who knows. But yeah, still finalizing with the bans right here. The last ban for each team. The side of
Ooh.
MVL, that's gonna be Irithel being banned. They would probably opt for a Granger pick right here for MVL, unless the Alpida will go in to get a grain. I mean, no. Unless the Alpida will go for, I don't know.
Well, MVL, I believe they chose Beatrix last time. I don't know if they'll be risking it and choosing Beatrix once again in this round, but that's all up to them. On the other hand, Elpida, they have a one more ban on their side, so I'm really excited to see what that'll be. Because MVL, they haven't chosen a marksman either. And if they ban one more marksman, they're just taking off pretty much like the choices or marksman on this game, and they also don't have a marksman. So right now, I'm really curious to see what they'll ban, because so far I think MVL is lacking perhaps a jungler as well. So I mean, they could ban a jungler or a marksman at this point.
But I'm really surprised that no one has banned a Fanny so far. I mean, I really wanted to see a Fanny game right here. MVL could pull out a Fanny if they really want to, because especially they don't have an assassinate unless Alpha could be that role, could fill that role. But
Hi.
finalizing the bans for the side of Elpida would be a Tigreal. MVL would choose a Harith as their gold laner and would probably be looking for a tank right here for MVL. But yeah, so far that's just gonna be it.
Yeah, that's definitely gonna be it. Harith for the gold lane. I mean, it's worked out for some of these previous games, so I'm really excited to see how MVL will execute that. Whether or not Harith will be more effective than a traditional marksman. And of course, Elpida, they'll be answering back with two more picks. They are lacking the marksman or the gold lane as well. That'll be the Brody. Pretty good pick as well, depending on the execution of that and how the chemistry will go for the rest of their team, and of course Chip with that support. And with that, it all just leaves to MVL's last pick, which I believe could be a jungler. No, that's definitely not a jungler, is it?
Oh,
Can you play that?
wait, no. Uh, I forgot. Oh my god.
The
I
tree!
haven't seen this
The tree!
hero in a while. Yeah. I haven't seen them in a while. Okay, they could really. Yeah, I remember it starts with the letter B. But yeah, they could really use it to their advantage right here. I mean, definitely, if he pops out his ultimate, then it could lead to a possible win during the clashes. But yeah, that's gonna be it for now. We're gonna be seeing them later in the Land of Dawn. For the side of Elpida, we do have the chips being their support, which could really just teleport from whichever part of the map. We have the Suyu as the assassin, gets damage as well. We have the Chu that can set up those fights, Brody with the damage, and the Sicilian with the magic damage.
And I kind of took a peek at the internet, and that's apparently Belleric. I think I've seen Belleric junglers
Oh yeah, it's
back
a
then.
Beleric.
I don't know if I've seen Belleric junglers before, or maybe the players back then were just joking around. But I don't know who's gonna be in the jungle on the side of. I believe that was MVL, so I'm really excited to see what's gonna happen. Looks like it'll be Alpha that will be on the jungle, and it looks like the side of the other side is really harassing the red side, and so with that, Kazakhs quite low on health, and so with that, everyone's just backing out and going back to their lanes, going back to their farms.
Yeah, definitely, and they would be continue farming this one, and just at the same time, just really taking their time right here, especially MPL Esports. It's gonna be their last chance to win and move on to the semifinals. However, for Elpida Esports, they also do have the chance right here to move to the semifinals.
Mm-hmm. Is this the chance for Elpida? One more victory, and they can move on to the next step of their journey in this competition. But of course, we're looking at the mini map right now. There's a possible 5 versus 4 towards lower end, and with that, everybody dies. I mean, everybody, just the one player, and not like literally everybody.
Yeah, definitely. The first blood already going to the side of MVL Esports. This could really set them up. But for now, they will be taking their time for Elpida Esports as they will be focused on farming. However, Turtle is almost up for grabs, and which is why most of the team players right here are gathered up at the top part of the map.
I mean, just looking at the mini map, I don't think one team really has control over the river, over the turtle. But I mean, Alpida Esports, there are 4 players towards the turtle, but of course, MVL Esports are also assembling as well. No one wants to start. Actually, MVL is gonna start. The king is taking a lot of damage, and it looks like there's an initiation coming in from MVL.
Definitely, and the damage coming in connected as well. But Vida Instinct will take the turtle for their team, getting that huge gold lead already being kickstarted by the side of MPL Esports. For now, the rest of Elpida would be saving this up, just really playing this one very carefully as to not get snowballed against MPL Esports.
And all the while, although MVL, they did secure the objectives, the turtle to be exact. I mean, everyone else who isn't within the vicinity of the turtle, they're doing what they can. And for example, Brody over here kind of chipped off some of the turrets as well. But on the bottom lane,
There you have it, the damage coming in, the roots, the crowd control. Oh, Oppenheimer gets one down. The double kill coming from the side of MVL Esports. They're just chasing them down. The chances for Vida to take this win are looking slim, as now that the damage still coming. Kha'Zix will find one that's gonna be Vida before he first move back. Fear will claim the kill, however. And now Isaac Foster one-on-one will try, 0-1 will try to chase them down.
That's a pretty good trade between the two teams. So far, 2-5 on the scoreboard. Gold lead. It's tipping towards the favor of MVL Esports. A little different from the previous game, but slowly but surely, Elpida Esports will catch up as usual. We're still 4 minutes into the game. Everyone's back to farming. On the top lane, there's a bit of a poke here and there, but it's a 2 versus 2. I don't know if this will be a full-blown out skirmish, but it looks like someone goes down.
Yeah, they will be securing this turtle right there, and still, I mean crab, sorry, and yeah, they're gonna be doing just that. They're not planning to overextend and to chase them down. But yeah, definitely, Elpida Esports also tried their best to delay this even more and to try to take the 1 point away from them and to really not give them a chance. But for now, the second turtle will be going to the MVL Esports side once again. Elpida Esports no choice but to move back.
In terms of objectives, in terms of gold, in terms of kills as well, it looks like MVL Esports is actually doing quite well. And so I'm really curious to see how Elpida Esports will respond to this. Because, the rate this is going, we might be seeing a game number 3 in this series. But of course, that's all up to Elpida Esports and how they'll respond to that. I mean, they can go ahead and try to farm. And speaking of farm, there's a lot of things happening in the bottom lane. There's a possible 4 versus 2. Oh my god, someone just died.
Definitely, and they could be taking the first turret right here for the bot side, but yeah, they will not be doing that just yet. However, Kami would be taken out. They will be going in for Clash right here. The top side Instinct will get a kill. Now everybody eliminated from the equation, and now just chasing them down one by one, hunting them down. But that will just be it. They will pretty much make themselves alive at this point.
Make themselves alive at this point. Oh, that's exactly what they should be doing because LPD Esports are, in terms of the scoreboard, in terms of kills, they're 5 points behind of MVL Esports. In terms of goal lead, however, it's maybe not that significant, but it's still there is a considerable goal lead going on to the side of MVL Esports. In terms of objectives, however, you can see that the outer turrets of Elpida Esports have already been taken down on the top on the bottom lane rather, but not much progress in terms of pushing, but still the bottom lane is quite I think it's going on to the favor of Elpida Esports also. They have secured the area, they have secured the river, and of course MVL Elpida Esports, they're probably gonna have to push in and try to break into the MVL Esports lines and try to steal a turtle, but unfortunately it's Instinct who will be taking that, and Frida will be trying to initiate this fight.
Yeah, there we have it. They're chasing him down, but again, they're really not falling for the tricks right here. They will try to go for the damage, the clashes. They would go in and risk for that, but no, diving into the turret. Instinct gets one, gets two, could be looking for three, and now looking for a maniac right here, but Oppenheimer would go for another kill, and Chu would be ending his spree from here onwards. And again, I mean, they're really not, I mean, if Elpida Esports will go for a fight, MVL would usually not fall for it and they would move back. But you know, when it all connects, then they will meet and they were able to take those wins, which could possibly lead to game number 3 right here.
Yeah, possibly. And over here, the top lane, we can see the Reds are getting wiped out by all 5 players on the side of Elpida Esports. Slowly but surely, Elpida Esports is catching up onto the kills, especially. And since they have Chip on their side, that's pretty much something that they have an advantage. But in the mid lane,
Damage comes in, the root as well, the Beleric ult comes in, Instinct gets 2, could be looking for 3, the King. Oh my god. It's everything is just happening. Oh my god, I have run out of words. Triple kill from the side of Instinct, and all I can say is that Beleric really is a good choice. During the fights, man, you can't really do anything when that Beleric ult is popped, which is really smart for MVL Esports to play with a Beleric.
yes, and now I'm really looking at the red buff towards the side of Elpida Esports. It looks like they're trying to fight over it. And will that fight turn into an engagement? That's the question right now. But it looks like MVL Esports, they're choosing their battles really well. And they have eyes on the Lord. Will this be a Lord dance? Kazakhs attempts to initiate, but will they try to steal the Lord? That's the question now.
Definitely the knockups, the damage following up. King could be eliminated from here. And while, of course, Sirity would take one as well. Everybody low on health. Fida also low. It's just gonna be a matter of who gets the kill. But right here, Fida runs away, manages to survive just yet. Oppenheimer, however, would be claiming a kill. And he spots Instinct chasing them down. He could go for a kill. But yeah, he is just gonna be calming himself down. Instinct, a very amazing lifesteal before Oppenheimer will shut him down, getting that gold, and actually just slowly catching up towards MVL Esports.
Yeah, slowly but surely, Elpida Esports 11-16 currently on the scoreboard. And in terms of goal lead, there isn't really considerable and significant goal lead between these two, even in the previous game actually. But in terms of pushing, clear that MVL Esports has pretty much over that. But it looks like someone became a victim of Chip's ultimate. But for that, Looks like there's one pick off on the side of MVL Esports, and that's just gonna give Elpida Esports a little bit of a breather. But in this case, looks like MVL Esports will be backing that for now, and they'll be taking a look at their objectives as well.
Yeah, and definitely with that one, they will try to just take a little bit of the rest and just roam around the map and just get those wave control as well right in their hands. MPL Esports have noticed their mistakes, and therefore they will not be overextending too much. Beleric, however, is still a very amazing with the ult being popped, and we can kind of see the potential that that Oppenheimer has into turning this one around for the side of Elpida Esports. But yeah, once again, they're gonna be clear waves, and yeah, just gonna be that again, just farming and farming before they can try to catch up. But the knockup comes out, another just goes in, but the damage is just too much from the Sicilian.
Wow! Absolutely crazy. That's 4 down on the side of MVL Esports. Look at the casualties. It's just everybody that's down on the side of Elpida Esports, and this is gonna give Elpida Esports the chance to kind of push into the middle. I don't know if they can end at this point. I mean, it's just one person. It's just Serity on the side of MVL Esports is gonna defend, but I think Elpida Esports, they're not gonna take that risk. They're gonna go back to farming, and that was really exciting. They took down, I believe, 2 towers in the mid lane on just by taking down 4 players from MVL Esports in that team fight.
Yeah, definitely. They have the chance to fight this one back, especially that the gold team is now turning to their side. The Lord has been spawned. They could take this one down, but the Beleric showing up to the party, now prepared with his ultimate, but they're actually taking one down, assassinating our Kalia right here. Now the King could be caught as well if he goes down. Instinct getting a kill, and Oppenheimer will be eliminated, making it his 2 kills for now. And that's just gonna be it. The 2 key players removed from the equation, and that would they would have to move back and reposition with the rest of the team.
2-for-2 trade. 18-19 on the scoreboard. Once again, they're quite equal. No matter what game we're looking at, the scoreboard is equal, the gold lead is equal. It's just that the map control, that's really what matters at this point. But MVL Esports, they have eyes on the Lord, and it looks like Elpida Esports, they're quite far from the action, and so they can't contend, they can't steal the Lord away from MVL Esports. And right now, Elpida Esports, and since they neglected the Lord, they'll have to go ahead and try to stay alive and try to defend themselves against the Lord, against the minion waves as well. And so that's exactly what they're doing. They're gonna congregate towards the mid lane, and they're gonna watch out as well for the other players of MBL Esports, because there's several possibilities that's gonna happen here. They're gonna use the Lord to bait them into one area and start a team fight, or they're gonna be pushing the top and the bottom lanes, which Elpida Esports should really be paying attention to.
Definitely the damage from Sicilian goes in. The King gets that kill as well, but they're chasing him down. Mega kill goes to Isaac Foster. The damage is following up. Goes for the double. Goes probably for the triple right here, but the Chu will also take one for himself. And now they're just chasing him down. The triple, we could go for a Maniac right here, and he does. A very impressive comeback attempt right here for PIDA Esports.
Now, MVL Esports got wiped out in that team fight. Let me just say, Brody, with their items, is gonna be a really annoying opponent. Look at that KDA on Isaac Foster. It's 10-1-9. It's absolutely crazy. And to think that their team is just supporting them so well. And looking at Sicilian, once those stacks come in from all that, first skilling out there, it's just gonna be a lot of damage later on down the line. And so with that, Sicilian, with that blue buff as well, I mean, that's gonna be an unstoppable force. And just taking a look at the objectives right now, 69 seconds before the Lord will respawn. And it looks like MVL Esports, they're back in the game. They're in their own jungle. They're trying to reset, and they're trying to push back the minions that have kind of gone to their side. But all the while, Everyone is just a reset. Alpida Esports has a slight advantage in terms of gold lead and on the scoreboard and kills as well. But let's see how MVL Esports will try to climb back up from this.
Yeah, definitely. They're currently gathered up at the bottom part of the map, preparing for the Lord spawn. But yeah, the rest of the team pretty much prepared for whatever that will happen next, especially that this Lord could make or break the entire game from here onwards. Now Chu just getting those damage and a little bit of those poke before moving back. And that's just gonna be it for now.
Yep, a little bit nervous for this potential team fight. And yes, that is an initiation right there.
Yeah, a little bit of those pokes, making sure that the king will not be able to use his ultimate. They're just chasing him down. A possible elimination from here on out. Suyu also doing his damage, and they're just chasing them down to their base with nothing to do. They could actually be able to get the Lord with ease.
Now, even though the team fight didn't quite happen, MBL Esports is still got pushed back to their base, but it looks like Elpida Esports, their plan is to get the Lord and then try to pick off the players from MBL Esports. But MBL Esports knows better than to lose their members in an unnecessary team fight, especially when the Lord is going to their opponent's side.
They finally found a counter play against the King's Belleric right here, and they're not really going in to charge in and take the King down as soon as possible. They're just really, a few pokes before they could try to execute him, because if Belleric would pop his ultimate, they can just really go away. And yeah, that's what they're trying to bait, the ultimate of Belleric. The Lord will be pushed, applying pressure towards the middle part of the mid lane turret, but of course that will just not be enough. It gives them a little bit of that gold. But yeah, I mean, the rest of Elpida Esports are just holding this one in, especially that they have managed to turn this one around.
Yeah, I mean, Elpida Esports, I definitely agree with you right there. Look at that gold lead on the side of Elpida Esports. Slowly but surely, their late game heroes are starting to shine with those itemizations, with those stacks on the Sicilian as well. And right now, Elpida Esports, they have control over the map, but they can't stay complacent. Look at the turrets, the inhibitor turrets on their top and bottom lane, and they have to pay attention in case MVL Esports tries to put something sneaky in up their sleeves. But of course, eyes on the objectives. Alpida Esports, so far they're doing quite well. One more turret down on their side, and now it's all about the inhibitor turrets. So one thing that Alpida can do is quite deny MVL Esports from pushing the minions back towards their favor, and of course deny them their jungles, deny them their buffs as well, and then of course stop MVL Esports from possibly taking the Lord for themselves.
Yeah, the King without damage will have to move back to the rest of the team, still pretty much intact at this point. And Isaac Foster and Oppenheimer is really looking for the perfect opening right here that can be provided by everybody and Kha'Zix. But yeah, that would just be it. They would be pushing the waves time to time. And yeah, I think they would be waiting for the Lord to respawn once again.
Yep, and the Lord will be respawning in about half a minute. Initiation, everybody almost dies. And I think Elpida Esports will be pulling behind. I mean, there was just a 5 versus 1. That's just one pick off. And so with that, I mean, at least they don't have to worry about ship later on. But that Lord is gonna respawn in about 10 seconds. And so let's see how MVL Esports will respond to that.
Yeah, definitely. For now, the Lord will be up for grabs, but the rest of MPL Esports are already looking for this one. Chu, however, is on the bottom side of the map and could possibly looking for a potential side push. They're just applying the damage right here, nothing too drastic. The King, however, will be just receiving the damage little by little. Sicilian activating his ultimate instinct, going in for the shutdown. Kha'Zix going in to help his teammates as well. Oppenheimer and Kami helping his fellow team right here, especially that Isaac Foster has been lost in the fight. They're chasing them down, everybody back to the fight. And now just taking them down one by one. Kami, however, low on health, would have to move back and would try to help his teammate right here. That's gonna be everybody.
And yes, oh my gosh, Harith and Sicilian take each other down, and all that's left from FIDA Esports is gonna be Kazakhs. And Kazakhs has to go back. Look at those minions. It's slowly going on to the favor of MVL Esports, and I mean that Lord. I don't know if MVL Esports has eyes on the Lord because it looks like they want to end this already. And with that, it's just Kazakhs all that's left, and slowly but surely some of the other teammates will be respawning. Let's see if MVL Esports can potentially end this. Will they? It looks like there is a successful defense on the side of Elpida Esports. That is actually a clutch, guys.
Could possibly turn this one around, especially that the Lord has already been respawned already. They could take this one, but it's just really difficult for Elpida Esports. And like, oh my god, this is really, really, actually, I have run out of words right here.
Yeah, I ran out of words. 4 versus 3 on the jungle of MVL Esports, but Kazakhs goes down. My process goes down. MVL Esports quite low on health, slowly but surely. But Elpida Esports won't finish them off. They just back down.
Yeah, definitely. They just back down. They have the chance to win this one, and now, but Instinct and FIDA are already pushed one. Just, oh my god, everything is just chaos out here. As they're trying to take the Lord for the side of MVL Esports, they could really win it, and now possibly be able to make this into a game number 3. The Lord still with 20,000 HP remaining. They could lead this to possible game number 3 with MVL Esports currently have advantage.
I mean, MVL Esports, they have the minions on their side, they have the evolved Lord on their side, and they have the numbers advantage as well. It's just Brody and the fighter. That's all that's left. I mean, what can you do at this point? Slowly but surely, that crystal's gonna go down, but Kami respawns, has that damage in the bag. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. Will this be a successful defense? That's a question. The Lord is over there. They're clutching. Get those minions. Oh my freaking gosh. Elpida Esports defended that.
No!
What?
No way! Oh my god, guys, we are now back into the game as now Elpida Esports still managed to fight. MVL Esports still has the chance to turn this back into a game number 3, but Serity would have to wait for his teammates right here in order for them to have the chance to fight back. However, for the side of Elpida Esports, they can turn this one around. Serity will probably need more time, but
no way! No way!
In an amazing turn of events,
No
Elpida Esports stands on.
No way! No way! That is like that. No way! That is MPL level plot twist. If you guys watched Onyx and that other team, I think that was Blacklist, and you know exactly what I'm talking about. Elpida Esports clutched that defense. It manages to turn the tides around. And now, once at match point, they are now moving on to the next part of the bracket.
Definitely a very huge congratulations to Elpida Esports. You know, they have managed to really surprise us, especially for game number 2, as they were losing quite bad in the early stages of the game. But during the late stages, they were able to just turn everything around. Oh my god. The games that we're having right now were just really fun. And I'm really interested in the semifinals, which will happen tomorrow. So yeah, I mean, it's just gonna be it for us. I mean, Annie, do you have any words?
Oh, I mean, I'm speechless right now. So, you know what? Let's just save all our thoughts for tomorrow. Once again, this is Ooredoo Nations, Mobile Legends, Bang Bang, and I think someone's trying to tell us, yep, we're gonna see the bracket. All right. our backend is crashing out, but yes, this is our playoff bracket. Kaluo Fumi will
Yeah.
be going against a Sleeping Forest on our first bracket for tomorrow. And of course, the second bracket will be TIL Valhalla and Elpida Esports. And of course, the winner of each of those brackets will be moving on to the finals, and we will declare our champion tomorrow and in the future. And so with that, that ends our day number 1 for Ooredoo Nation's MLBB event, MLBB competition. We'll be seeing you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll be seeing you soon.